So, if you didn't hear me, this is not anything about it. No, it does. Since it's using the change. And of course, after I made it is when it's like, oh yeah, you're on this scene where these audio sources aren't. Okay. Love you, OBS. But anyways, welcome to all that are here, you little early birds. Appreciate ya. This is probably gonna be the last of Higurashi for a while because I only have episode 1. um, yeah, I guess let's get into it. Thank you for your input, dog. Goodness. Let's get that there. Okay, yeah. Let's not hit start like I did last time, because I was dumb. Continue. We're continuing. Oh dear, hiccups. Hi. Let's see the new tips. That is from the police chief. Oh boy. July 1st, 1982. The departments 1 through 12. XX Prefectural Police Headquarters. Director General XXX. To the Chief Constable and all faculty managers. Regarding cases situated in the Hinamizawa village. I missed that last word, but that's okay. As cases in Shishibone City, Hinamizawa village have been reported by certain sections of mass media has drawn global attention, which is causing serious repercussions for local residents. This has become a very serious situation. To protect the livelihood of... No! hang on, fuck. Okay, that is going faster than I can read. Fuck. Okay, so in parentheses was just the word notice. We didn't lose anything cool. But anyways, it has drawn the global attention, which is causing serious repercussions for local residents. That has become a very serious situation. Welcome, Hifumichu. Thank you for the Iron Mouse emote use. Appreciate it. Kind of forgot where I left off. To protect the livelihood and prosperity of the residents, the following notice has been issued. Welcome, Spooky. You and your little bumps. 1. Designate the following criminal investigation as classified. Okinimiya Station 1982 case file. Hinamizawa Village house murder dated June. Okinawa Station 1982 case number. Hinamizawa Village student disappearance dated June. 2. Non-disclosure of information. Okinawa Station 1979 case number X. Hinamizawa Village site 4-man murder dated June XX. Shira Station 1980 case number X. Shira National Park falling incident dated June XX. Okinomiya Station 1981 case number X. Hinamizawa Village Shinto priest wife's disappearance dated June XX. 3. Requesting self-restraint from each organization concerning the release of sensitive information. Please see attached reference materials 1, 2, and 3. Management XX Prefecture Police Headquarters. Internal line XXXX. Police Affairs Department XXXX. Oh god, finally it paused. I was getting worried if I had to keep reading at that pace to avoid going into the log again. Like, I appreciate the typing effects, but god, reading speed had to go up. Fuck. Okay. Weariness and a headache. Not a very nice way to start the day. That is exactly how I started my day too, Keiichi. It was meant to be. What's wrong, Keiichi? You don't look so well. When did you go to sleep? It seemed that my mom had noticed my sullen state. I can read so good. Yesterday, I kept on waking up in the middle of the night. Without a doubt, I felt a presence. I felt the presence of someone standing in front of my door. I told myself repeatedly that it was my imagination and forced myself to try and sleep. Except, not being able to stand it, I gathered up my courage and opened the door. Of course, there wasn't anyone there. I think I did this 3 times throughout the night. Or maybe I just didn't remember doing it any more than that. Even though I was able to get to the breakfast table without incident, I still didn't feel at ease. It might be cold, and I don't really have an appetite. My, you do seem a little warm. Well, can you make it to school? Technically, I do go to a school, but it was mostly self-study. It wouldn't matter much if I missed a day, would it? It could have been that I hadn't been feeling well for the last few days because I really did have a cold. If I took some medicine and got a good day of rest, I might be able to greet everyone with a smile tomorrow. Ding dong. Startled, I looked back and forth between the entrance and the clock. It was 10 minutes later that when I usually met up with Rena. I feel like I read that wrong. It was 10 minutes later than when I usually meet up with Rena. I'm just having a time here, don't mind me. It was Rena. Rena-chan came to get you. What are you going to do? Are you going to take the day off? Rena was a good girl. She might be somewhat quirky, but she was certainly cute. Facts, Rena is in fact cute. The lunches she made were delicious, and she always looked out for me. Why should I be so scared of something like that? It wasn't Rena's fault. It was probably mine. Wow, I can read so fucking good. It had to have been my cold. It just had to be. I'll rest. Sorry. Then I'll go send her off for you. Mom headed off to the door. I would have to pass by the entrance to get back to my room. I didn't have the nerve to meet up with Rena, so I wrapped myself in a blanket on the sofa and closed my eyes. I was so sleep deprived, I quickly fell into a deep slumber. I had only intended to lie down for a bit, but it was almost noon when I woke up. I called out to my parents, but they didn't seem to be around. On the table, I found lunch prepared and a note. Mom and Dad had apparently driven off to somewhere far away. It had to do with Dad's work. This happened ever so often, so it wasn't that unusual. They would probably be back sometime after dinner. I don't think I read that right either. They would probably be back sometime after dinner. Words. On the note, it said, fucking. This is fine. The insurance card is in the cabinet. Take it and go to the hospital. Wow. Just take yourself to the hospital, boy. There's also a well-drawn map to the hospital. That's right. I hadn't been there before, so I didn't know exactly where it was. I had a light lunch, although it was just leftovers from this morning, and just in case, went to the hospital. Normally, I never be here in the middle of a weekday. Just walking around like this had me feeling guilty. It was an odd feeling. Following my mom's map, I took a road I usually never used. After walking for a bit, the hospital sign came into view. Irie Clinic was written rather stylishly on the sign. The clinic wasn't very big, but based on the scale of the rest of Hinamizawa, it was far too grand. There was a parking lot and even a reserved spot for buses. They must be making a mint. I spaced out in the air-conditioned waiting room until it was my turn to be seen. Mayabara-san, please make your way to the examination room. After properly answering all of the chatty doctor's questions, he responded with the old, "It's probably a cold." They gave me a shot and 3 days worth of medicine. What? It's probably cold, so here's a shot and 3 days worth of medicine. When? When is that? What? I guess the 80s, things are different, but this is the first I've heard of such a thing. Like, I've gotten shots for, like, going to the hospital while sick before, but, like, not just a cold. Special. Okay, I thought it was a little overboard. Okay, not just me. Keiichi also thinks it's a little much. But if it would clear away the gloomy feeling I'd been having lately, then it was worth it. The cold medicine does not help with depression. Here's 3 days worth of Tylenol you crush into the syringe, slap directly into your veins. I mean, there is actually injectable Tylenol, but they wouldn't give you 3 days worth of the dosage directly into your veins. I settled the bill and took a quick trip to the washroom. As I was leaving, I overheard a conversation between some elderly people who seemed to be regulars at the clinic. Hiccups, why? My hiccups and burps never make it into the videos. They always get cut out, and they're kind of a pain to cut out, because, like, why do they exist? Anyways. Injectable Tylenol. It's actually a thing, though. Like, it's legitimately a thing. Like, when I had top surgery, since I couldn't swallow the medicine at all before surgery, like, they gave me Tylenol through my IV. Injectable Tylenol is the thing, man. Of course, I had no intention of eavesdropping. If it just wasn't for that word. Must have been Onikakushi. I wondered. She was still pretty young. Might have just eloped. With whom? That man from Tokyo who visits every season. That young one with the big camera. One sec, I need to look up when Tylenol the brand was sued because of that one domestic terrorism incident. What? 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 1983? What the fuck? That's literally the year this takes place in. You need to elaborate more on what the fuck that is. The fuck? Do you know they were getting along pretty well? Were they talking about Tomitake-san? Yes. I could feel my ears perking up. I don't know about that, but you have to make preparations before you elope. Oh, wild indeed. Thank you, Hifemichu. Leave a note or quit their job or something? It's an elopement because they didn't leave a note or message. The thought that I'll never see that young nurse's face again makes me rather sad. Tanako-san is an upstanding young woman. She'll be fine wherever she goes. So her name was Tanako-san? Takano. I don't think I read that. Wow. That woman with Tomitake-san? And she worked at this clinic? Oyashiro-sama's shadow was following me everywhere I went. Yes. I started listening more closely, but they began talking about fishing, and it didn't seem like they were going to revisit the topic. I gave up and left. Thus, even though I was separated from the daily monotony of school, I wasn't able to escape from Oyashiro-sama's shadow. Back in 1982, 7 people died due to taking extra-strength Tylenol laced with cyanide. Jesus. like Tylenol themselves lace it with cyanide, or jeez. I can hear you watching my stream, sir. Uh, but of course, Yashiro-sama was the guardian deity of this place, of Hinamizawa. As long as I was in Hinamizawa, I wouldn't be able to escape. Maybe it was because I was walking outside, but my appetite had suddenly returned. I might as well buy a snack with the change from the examination fee on the way home. Contemplating that, I turned onto a familiar street. At that moment, I heard a car horn abruptly honk behind me. Was I really walking so far into the middle of the road where I'd be in a car's way? This resulted in a lawsuit against the brand, which itself resulted in the Tylenol Act, making it a federal offense to tamper with products. So then someone tampered with the products, yet Tylenol still got the blame? Is that my correct understanding? I moved farther off to the side, but the horn was still honking at me. I turned around, peeved. That's fair. Mayabata-san. Good day to you. It was Oishi-san. He stepped out of his car, AC on full blast, and waved at me. What's up today? School on break? Just not feeling well, so I took the day off. I was about to buy lunch and head back home. That's great. I'm just about to get lunch myself. Would you mind going together? If you're not feeling up for it, then don't mind me. I was going to lie down after going home anyway. And I didn't really have a cold. I doubt you'd want to eat at one of those... Blah, 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 blah. I doubt you'd want to eat at one of these local places. Let's go into town. It's a bit of a drive. Is that alright? I know a pretty good place. I'd finally begun to understand Oishi-san's roundabout way of saying things. He probably wanted to talk to me about stuff that would be difficult to discuss while in Hinamizawa. Moo, welcome, Catman. I hope you've had a good day today. I don't have anything else to follow with that. Yay. I went with Oishi-san, riding in his frigid car. It was almost as if the bright sunlight outside was a lie. It's been in K. I don't know if I want to order ice cream. Do it. Order ice cream. You deserve it. I'm sorry about calling you so late last night. Did your parents get angry at you? No. I recalled Rena, who had been listening to the phone conversation all that time, separated from me by just the door. Even now, in the brightness of the sunlight, the thought still creeped me out. With a big bump that jolted the car, the road connecting to the city changed from dirt to pavement. My head swiveled back with a sudden realization. That's right. This is where Tomitake-san died. They've hit a snag on the investigation regarding Tomitake-san. Oishi-san spoke while peering at me from the corner of his eye. They believed it was caused by hallucinogens, given how he was clawing at his own throat. But a drug that could cause that to happen so suddenly is extremely hard to come by. Bear in mind, of course, the autopsy was done with the premise in mind, but we didn't find any leads. You know that thing you see in comics all the time? Where there's a drug that, if you put it in them, It doesn't leave any traces. It exists. Sakinal something or other. Well, that's pretty common. But you see, there doesn't seem to be any kind of drug that could cause Tomoitake-san to react like that. Then, you're saying the police concluded Tomoitake-san just died from the curse? I couldn't help but feel that the police were worthless. I mean, they are, but... I just wanted the idea of a curse to be dissociated from Tomoitake-san's mysterious death. I don't know why I stumbled on the word dissociated and stumbled on the word stumbled. I am just here. Unfortunately, that's how it looks right now. But putting aside the cause of death, without a doubt, he was surrounded by a group of people and had taken a beating before he died. That was no curse, but an incident like that unquestionably involved other humans. That made me a bit relieved. It's a bit relieving to know that he got his ass handed to him by a group of people. We passed in front of the rather desolate, but still busier than Hinamizawa, train station. The car pulled into a restaurant parking lot, and I followed Oishi-san into the shop. It was pretty crowded, but there were only adults at this hour. Of course there were going to be children in here in the middle of a weekday. 2 please, non-smoking. This way, please. When you're ready to order, please call me over. We were led by a peculiarly dressed waitress to our table. I sat with Oishi-san in the booth. So, what do you think? Aren't the waitress's outfits here cute? Huh? Well, I guess. The shop is always quite busy. It's more about the waitresses than the food, you see? Uh-huh. Oishi-san, you're leering. Hmm? Am I really? Regardless of how the waitresses looked, the food was decent enough. Finishing our meals while talking about some inane topic, Oishi-san's after-meal cup of coffee arrived at the table. Yesterday we talked about Hinamizawa's past, didn't we? Yeah, that was the village of man-eating demons, or something like that. I didn't know much about it myself, so I asked my grandmother about it this morning. Oishi-san took out the notepad that was stuffed into his breast pocket. Turns out that Hinamizawa used to be called Onigafuchi, or Ogre's Abyss. Onigafuchi. That's quite the name. The name's still around. Did the detective take what's-his-face to a fucking restaurant or something? It's more like a maid diner, based off of how it's portrayed in, like, the animes. The restaurant isn't entirely wrong either, based off of the outfits in the animes. The marsh where the Shinto priest wife drowned herself is still called Ogre's Abyss. It's said that the depths of that marsh connect to the realm of demons. Of course, nobody had told me anything about such an ominous marsh. And you see, it appears they were both feared and revered. A respect born of fear. I guess you could say it was a kind of... deification? Oh, deification. I got it. Deification. A village of inhuman creatures. Seems the demons were seinen, or mountain-dwelling mystics of sorts. Japanese-American themed diner. It's just Hooters with an IHOP. taking villagers with incurable illnesses into the ogre's abyss and healing them, for example. I'm not sure about them getting healed from that, Chief. Even if we are calling them demons, Tengu long-nosed goblins, or Zenin, would be a more apt description. They don't seem like such terrible people, even though they were called demons. I would love to have a Hooters with an IHOP menu. Pancakes and boobies. Yes, please. That sounds very on brand for you, Catman. Not gonna lie. Maybe such a thing already exists, though, to be honest. But they're still man-eating demons. According to the story my grandma told me, as payment for treating the son's illnesses, let us eat the mother who brought him here, is apparently how things went. The price of curing her son was herself? That's unsettling. Of course, the mother took her son and ran. Then, you see... What? Come on. I don't think I clicked twice. All the people who lived in Onigafuchi, the demons chased them down, rounded them up, and captured them. The entire village, apparently. That's quite a frightening thing to imagine. Held a message for misogyny. Oh, dearie my. What have you said? It's because you used bimbo. You've heard of femboy Hooters and girl goth IHOP. Now get ready for bimbo Denny's. I'll allow it. Bimbo has now been permitted. You're welcome. You now can commit bimbo crimes in chat. Unless you give me a reason to revoke it. In the end, it seems both the mother and son were caught in Eden. Oh, I was gonna say IHOP, International House of Boobies. That's a lot better, not gonna lie. Sounds more like a porn place, though, than a restaurant. The end. Oh, wow. There's a problem with this story. Both witnesses in this story were Eden, so nobody would be able to tell the tale. Huh? There are plenty of old fables like this. In contrast to the ghastly tale, Oishi-san laughed heartedly while sipping his coffee. IHOP with pancakes. Oh yeah, remember when they changed their name to IHOP to promote their okay-ish thick burgers? I forgot about that. That won't be the only thing thick on the menu. Yeah, those thick-ass pancakes. But, well, there are quite a few other tales, where the demons from Onigafuchi band together to capture their prey. I recalled that Mion said all the villagers united and fought against the dam construction. I saw similarities with how that part about unification overlapped. Normally they hunted down a single person, and they chose who it was going to be beforehand. Huh? That caught my attention. Oishi-san also appeared to be pondering what it meant. Ugh. These hiccup burps, they're gonna be the death of me, I swear. My grandmother told me that you must never interfere with the demon's hunt. You should just hole up in your house and hide under the covers, she said. So what does this all mean? It means you mustn't ever help or protect the prey. As long as you don't disturb the demon's hut, no harm will fall upon the villagers. It seems there's that kind of rule. Basically, don't help the victims. Pretend you didn't see their atrocities, in other words. What happens if you break the rule? You're next, duh. Well, they're man-eating demons after all. Many parts of that tale caught my attention. Parts of the story he told me overlapped with his theory that the perpetrators were all the village families. Even if it wasn't the whole village, it was conceivable that the villagers were hiding under the covers and leaving them to die. When there's a group that was on their hunt, wasn't it? I didn't dare speak it. Then, Oishi-san, I guess it looks like it's either the village families or a group of villagers perpetrating the crimes. What do you think, Mayabata-san? Excuse me. Another cup of coffee, please. That's what I wanted to know. It seemed that we were both waiting for the other to say that last part. I waited for the waitress to finish pouring coffee before speaking. Last year, I had a nagging feeling when Satoshi-kun disappeared. Oshi-san muttered as he watched the milk swirl around in his coffee. So those friends of Satoshi-san, meaning your group of friends, Mayabata-san, I had a bit, really just a little bit, okay, of background checking done on them. If Oshi-san had said this to me before, I would have been furious, seeing he told me earlier not to suspect my friends. But as I was told now, I couldn't. This might sound pretty stupid. Mayabata-san, if you feel that it's stupid, please say so. I'll just stop. Oshi-san was wearing the most serious expression that I'd ever seen from him. It was as if he was telling me to prepare myself and listen. There were quite a few things I regretted hearing from Oishi-san, but none of them were as threatening as this. A little voice inside me was screaming like an alarm. Stop, Keiichi. This was probably the last one. I took a deep breath and silenced that voice. I would not run from the truth. Please. That was all I could utter. Oshi-san stared into my eyes silently for a few moments. After he was certain I was ready, he began. The victim of the incident in the first year was the overseer. A few weeks prior, he had an altercation with Mion Sonozaki-san. Multiple altercations. Oshi-san had said before that Mion had defied the dam project vehemently. Well, it wasn't hard to imagine how she would be if she got worked up. In the second year, the married couple who supported the project died in that accident, right? They had a daughter. Her name is Satoko Hojo-san. Huh? Satoko, meaning Satoko? Oshi-san's look told me that my voice was too loud. I realized it as well and quickly quieted down. The Shinto priest and his wife who died in the third year, you see. Their daughter is Rika Furute-san. Rika-chan was the housewife who died in the fourth year, you know already, don't you? It was the step-on of Satoko Hojo-san. She was in her aunt and uncle's custody, as she had lost both of her parents in the accident. She lived in the victim's house. I could tell my lips were getting dry. I didn't even have the wits to keep my mouth from hanging agape. I had thought it was nothing but a bizarre incident, one that I could easily distance myself from. But clicking and clacking had snuck all the way to my feet. The one who disappeared the fourth year, by the way, he was Satoko-san's older brother. Wait, just a second. It took everything I had to finally say that. I gulped down a glass of water and once again wiped my face with a napkin. Calm down, Keiichi Mayabata. But Oishi-san was relentless. Instead of waiting for me to finish sorting out my feelings, he started speaking again. Thick. Thank you, Nero, for your contribution to the conversation. The last of the things I shouldn't have heard. Yes, do bonk, Nero. All the victims seem to be connected to your group of friends. This has to be just a coincidence. My Bada-san, keep it down. Everyone's looking. Mion? Satoko? Rika-chan? So what if they're connected? You're telling me all of my friends? It couldn't be. It just couldn't be. Oh, Rena's different, isn't she? They can have chicken on the menu too. Thick thighs save lives. That would be an interesting direction, but since it's the International House of Boobies, they have to have chicken breasts. Like, that is mandatory. Rena isn't connected with the victims at all. Rena Ryugu-san was living in a suburb of Ibaraki Prefecture up until last year. Well, it's true she hadn't directly met any of the victims. He said it in a roundabout way. Breast and thigh combos. Yes. Is he saying she's also connected? Actually, I looked into her. Before Ryugu-san moved away to Hinamizawa, she was suspended from school. It seems she went through her school building and broke all of the windows. Rena did that? She broke all the windows at her school? That seems silly. Rena had... I couldn't even imagine it. It seems that after her 3-day suspension, she didn't return to school. She went to a neurologist and was diagnosed with dysautonomia. One of you look that up and tell me what it means. What is it? She was given weeks of counseling and medication. I wonder if it was something like a nervous breakdown. I heard that if it happens to people who are really methodical or overly sensitive. Neither of those matched Rena's easygoing personality. And in the counselor's medical report, he recorded all of the conversations he had with Rena-san. It shows up. And quite a bit at that. What did? I pressed forward carelessly. Dysautonomia refers to a group of medical conditions caused by problems with the autonomic nervous system, ANS. This part of your nervous system controls involuntary body functions like your heartbeat, breathing, and digestion. I see. Too slow, Spooky. Yes, Catman has you beat. Interesting, though. Yeah, I think I said I pressed forward carelessly. There couldn't be anything more for me to regret. I'm not sure about that one, Keiichi. She mentioned the word Oyashiro-sama. It felt like someone's stone-cold hand was caressing my back. Why had Rena spoken of Oyashiro-sama before she even came to Hinamizawa? Seems that the Oyashiro-sama she spoke of was like a ghost, appearing in her house every night. Standing over her pillow, looking down at her. My mind froze. I couldn't process what I was being told. A while after that, she moved to Hinamizawa. Ah, that's right. She's not an outsider. Huh? According to the residency register, the Ryugu family used to reside in Hinamizawa. Rena-san moved to Ibaraki right after she finished elementary school. My mind went completely blank. It was similar to the static you'd see on a blank TV channel. My ears began ringing as I lost all sense of comprehension. My Abada-san, are you alright? Shall we stop? Those words brought me back. I couldn't let it end here. Now I understand, Rena. Then, how about the last victim, Tomitake-san? Who was he connected with? Irritated, I let out one final reprisal. Reprisal? All of them. Have you forgotten my Abada-san? Didn't you spend the night of the festival together quite merrily? Quite a few of the officers saw you enjoying yourselves. No, there was nothing I could respond with. I fell silent as my brain turned to mush. We should get going. Ah, my Abada-san. Did you take your afternoon medicine? I had completely forgotten about the medicine I had gotten today until Oishi-san said that. I got another glass of water, and we left the shop after I chugged it down. We got in the car and returned to Hinamizawa via the rough road. I never really paid attention to when I was on my bike, but did the cars normally shake this much? I didn't realize the game was making those sounds. It like kind of sounds like my CPAP machine, so it was like, no, it's just the game. Okay, that's nice. The meaning is kind of in the name, to be honest. Dis, autonomia, as in nomi, a system of laws, rules, or knowledge. Yeah, that makes sense. But given that they were like going straight into like talking about her mental health, it's kind of interesting that it was talking about, you know, something that isn't related. But that's okay. Let's not question things too much here, I guess. I never really paid attention when I was on my bike, but did cars normally shake this much? Depends on the road. It was almost as if the road was desperately trying to tell me something. But dump. That big jolt from the difference in elevation of the road when it changed from cement to dirt. I was certain that I heard Tomitake-san scream. I sat in silence, just letting myself be shaken by the car. I'll drop you off at your house. You missed school because you were ill, correct? My apologies for the long conversation. Why did you talk to me? I blurted out the question. Really just blurted it out. I didn't expect an answer. I did check with you first, didn't I? If you should just stop. Not that. Why did you reach out to me? I understood quite well that Oishi-san was investigating the string of suspicious incidents. But why was he telling me all this? Because you're the main character, buddy. That is your main character privilege. I knew nothing and I couldn't help. Everything Oishi-san spoke of was news to me. First of all, what could I having just moved here know? By chance, if there was a reason for Oishi-san to reach out to me, then it would have to be that it looked suspicious to Oishi-san. As I was part of Meow's circle of friends, I didn't mean to right-click, I swear to God. I'm retiring this year. I plan on moving away after retiring as my grandma wants. I was gonna say that Oishi-san probably thinks he'll be the next victim. I mean, there's that too. So while I'm still on the case, I want to bring the truth behind this incident to light. So, Oishi-san, you suspect them, don't you? All of them. Oishi-san didn't really give a response. I felt a little late, but I thought it was his way of showing a bit of consideration for my feelings. This is mostly my intuition from 30 years on the job. My Abada-san, you're the one in danger. Hey, look at you, Spooky, being on the same wavelength with Oishi-san. How cute. Huh? I wanted to reply with, "That was absurd," but in my downtrodden state, I couldn't bring myself to say it. Ooh, ice cream is here? What kind of ice cream did you get, Catman? Woo, ice cream. Man, now I want ice cream, thanks. Yes. I'll be retiring this year, so I won't be at the Watanagashi next year. Ah, so you're gonna die then. So I wanted to settle things. You should order an ice cream then, Spooky, for both of us. Ooh, mint chocolate chip. Ooh, Cold Stone. Nice, nice. I love mint chocolate chip. It's been a minute since I've had it, though, to be honest. In other words, he was insinuating that on the next Watanagashi, I might be the next victim. And 2 chocolate-covered Oreos, because I needed to hit $12. Dash pass. I don't even want anything fancy. I'd be cool with one of those cheap little sundae cups. That's, frankly, a mood. How much would it be if we both, like, got, like, milkshakes or, like, Frosties and, like, fries? Would that help us reach $12 to DoorDash ice cream for us, too? I don't know, man. I've been warned by the chief as well. Each incident in the string of cases has been solved, so don't bring it up again, or so I was told. This is the pressure that I'm facing. Sounds expensive, so maybe. Let me see. Alright. Pressure from what? Someone in Hinamizawa. Oh, you should also check how much, like, the milkshakes from Wiener Schnitzel would be if they're open still. Because Wiener Schnitzel milkshakes hit different. We've arrived. Is this fine? After some time, the car finally reached the path to my house. The clock read 2 p.m. I was surprised so little time had passed since we ate. It was hot outside the car. The tripping of the Higurashi hurt my ears. I won't mind if you just forgot everything I told you today. But I'm still going to keep investigating. I'll end Yashido-sama's curse this year. So you're saying I should contact you if anything happens? It's fine. Just contact me when you feel you have to, Mayabata-san. I wasn't collected enough to understand Oishi's roundabout way of saying it. Be sure to take it easy. I'm sorry for throwing all this at you while you're taking the day off because you're sick. I didn't really give any sort of response. I'll always be on your side. If anything, believe that. I'll be off now. The tires crunched over the dirt road as the car made a U-turn and disappeared into a cloud of kicked-up dust. What a round, sir. He is round, and he's really roundabout with how he talks to Keiichi-san. It's part of the character design, one could say. Dog! Why? Why must you bark, bark, bark? Boof. Why is he like this? It felt like I was watching a boat, only throw me a lifesaver in shark-infested waters before disappearing into the distance. Vanilla or chocolate frosty? Vanilla. That was the first time I thought Oishi-san was being unfair. Telling me that I was going to be the next victim, was just saying to contact him if something happened. This wasn't a criminal investigation. He was fishing. And I was just the bait dangling off the line. Would the fish be the perpetrator? Or was it really just Yashido-sama's curse? Either way, the bait would be swallowed whole. Damn it, I don't want to die. For some time, I could do nothing but stare at the puddle of water left behind by the AC from the car. Fun times. Super fun time to be Keiichi Maibata. I wonder how much time had passed since I laid down. It was getting dark outside. My body was soaked in sweat. It would probably be a good idea to change my sheets. At that moment, the phone downstairs rang. It was probably Mom. Mom was quite the worrywart. Maybe she had called many times, but I just didn't notice it. Blah, blah, blah. Hello, this is the Maibata residence. Oh, he's alive. Hello. This is Mion. How are you doing? Is this one of Keiichi's friends? Keiichi is resting now, but... Shall I put him on? Huh? Is this his dad? So sorry. Idiot. You fell for it. Huh? Hey, Keiichi. On. After our exchange, we both had a good laugh together. Except I was suspicious of her, even as we were laughing. Was everybody really involved in the incidents? The fact that I couldn't say no saddened me. I'm relieved that you seem well. Rena was really worried, you know. Satoko-chan was happy and said you got what you deserved. You getting Wendy's? Maybe. Yes, maybe indeed. Satoko-chan was happy and said you got... Oh, I read that. Rika-chan said, how unfortunate he's sick. Looks like everyone was making a big deal out of it. Well, you know, it's okay, Chan. Get their hot honey chicken sandwich. Honestly, I really love the hot honey chicken sandwich. Of course, with the bacon removed. It's really good. The pickles they got there are awesome. Yeah, like the pickle chips. I wasn't expecting to like them as much as I do since I normally don't like pickles. Is now a bad time to come pay you a visit? A visit? No, it's okay. It's not like I'm dying. Yet, anyway. My grandma made a ton of mochi, you see. Same here. Yay, Katmi and we have the same food preference. No, I stole to share them. So I'll bring you some. Hey now, you'll catch my cold. Wish they had the pickles as a separate side. Yeah, that would be cool. Just work out a Wendy's so that way you can just snag some. Not to worry, both Ren and I are too stupid to catch a cold. See you. Be there in a bit. She hung up cheerfully. Ren is coming too? That's what it sounded like. I was still concerned about meeting Rena, but I guess if she was with me on. I heard the doorbell 10 minutes later. How are you? I am confusion. Okay, well. Can't say it's the first time that we've had audio issues before. Oh, so the audio weirdness isn't on my end. Cool. Yeah, no, it's just abruptly cut out from the game. Like, okay, bye game audio. Well, if it will reappear, it'll reappear. If it doesn't, oh well. I did just that. I don't think I read the second part of Mion's question. You said you wanted fries, right? Yes, I do, because I am fat. Thank goodness you look well. I was worried. Sorry. I'll be fine by tomorrow. Mion showed a complete lack of concern for someone who's recovering. Erna looked like she was worried about me from the bottom of her heart. It didn't look like there was anything behind those expressions. Smell. I know what you mean, but I couldn't help but read it like that. Depends on how far away from the price school we are. There's also a junior size. Amazing, amazing. Super XX. Oh, XXL. I can read. I've interpreted that L as a exclamation mark. Large it is? Okay. It didn't look like there was anything behind those expressions. There's not a thought behind those eyes. I thought you might hang out for a bit. Well, it looks like you're not quite in condition for it. You don't say. It seemed my face appeared a bit sullen. Then here, Keiichi-kun. These are the mochi Mi-chan's grandma made. Okay, the lack of audio is actually bothering more than I thought it would. That's not what I wanted to press. Quick save. Quick save, quick save. Unless I can just menu, save and load. Okay. Let's save here and I'll exit. Yes. Close. I will close the game and see if that'll bring that back. Let's see, hopefully. Yes, I'm sure because the audio abruptly died. Ketchup, hot honey, mayo, barbecue, ghost pepper ranch, honey mustard ranch, sweet and sour sea salt. I don't want any sides for my fries if that's what you're asking with that list of condiments. Ghost pepper ranch, pretty good in my opinion. I think I've had it before, but I don't remember. Okay, there's the audio back. Yay! Welcome back, audio. You were missed. Haven't had it. I don't go to Wendy's often. And when I do, I don't realize it exists. I think one time we just got it here, so I tried it. I don't remember. Rena held out the package wrapped in newspaper. There might be about 5 in here. I typically do, for breakfast. They have cheap, delicious coffee and awesome taters. However you feel like reading it, I guess. There might be about 5 in here. It's quite hefty. Ah, thanks. Send my regards to your grandma, Mion. And that chicken sandwich, in my opinion, best of all the chicken sandwiches. Honestly, yeah, the spicy honey chicken sandwich is, like, top tier. Love it. Like, normally I don't like Wendy's, generally speaking. Like, I'll have it, like, whenever it's there, but, like, I wouldn't ever really pick it over anything until that sandwich existed, so. Yep. There's one I made in there as well. I wonder if Keiichi-kun can guess which one. This is Kei-chan's homework since he missed the club meeting today. There are letters on each mochi, so I'll ask you tomorrow. Were you checking if I was feeling better, or did you just come here for club activities? I like the frosty chinos, but I'm still salty about them not being blended drinks. That's fair. That's fair. I'm honestly okay with the frosty chinos. They're definitely not my, like, pick for iced coffee. I definitely would rather get one of their lemonades instead. Yep, looking fine. Guess you'll make it tomorrow. Man, what are you gonna do if my fever comes back because of your shenanigans? Mia-chan, we shouldn't be making such a racket. Let's go. The other people here will get angry. Both of them thought my parents were home. It was because the entranceway was a mess. You're right, let's get going. Hearing the auto litter box through my headphones is weird. Yeah, I guess it wasn't as quiet as I thought it was. Oh well. It's okay, we can live. Anyways. By the way, Kei-chan. Yeah? What did you eat for lunch? The sudden question startled me, and I went wide-eyed when I saw Mion. I had never seen her like that. It was a highly unsettling visage. But why is she asking me about what I ate for lunch? What she said was so inane that it was almost meaningless. Oh no, indeed, Spooky. The way she said it, it was almost like she didn't even care at all about what I ate. I ate out. She must have suspected that I was with Oishi-san. Anyway, I felt that if I hesitated or tried to change the subject then, they'd read too deep into it, so I tried answering as quickly as possible. Except, contrary to the efforts they had made there was a pause before they replied. So you ate out for lunch, Keiichi-kun? The glimmer from Rena's eyes had changed at some point as well. It was now sharp, as if to make me feel the feigned ignorance behind her words even more. Oh fuck indeed, Spooky. As if she already knew. That's how it looked to me. Well, was it good? Why are you asking me this? Miana was speaking in an unusually low tone, almost as if she knew that I'd eaten at the restaurant in town. No, I'm overthinking this. I mean, both of them should have been in school at lunchtime. There was no way they could have known where I was. Seems you're with a rather austere-looking older guy. The fuck is that word? Who was he? Flop. The package with the mochi I was holding slipped out of my hands. I could tell the blood had drained from my face, making me go pale. Oh? Keiichi-kun? Who was he? Could it be the person from before, I wonder? Austere? Austere. Okay. That doesn't tell me what it means, though, and don't copy-paste, just dumbify it. Explain with your own words, Spooky. I believe in you. I wonder. I could feel the back of my throat going dry. This was no longer a bluff. They knew everything? Severe or strict in manner, attitude, or appearance. I don't think that really describes Oishi-san, but I guess fair, because he's a detective regardless, or cop, whatever. Detective cop. Cop detective. Flopped into English from Old French. Amazing. How do you know that? It took everything I had to finally force those words from my throat. My knees were shaking. Because there's nothing this old man doesn't know. Mion sneered knowingly, and her laugh seemed to carry on forever. Sakei-chan, what did you talk about? It seems like you got pretty worked up over it too. We weren't talking about you guys. It didn't have anything to do with you or Rena. Isn't it a bit strange to hear our names come up even though nobody asked about that? Rena's unwavering gaze pierced through my eyes and peered further inside me. I dug my own grave. My heart was throbbing so much, it felt like it was going to explode. Well, whatever you're trying to hide, This old man already sees through it all. Remember that. I couldn't even shake my head. It took everything I had to stop my teeth from chattering. She never let her gaze break from mine, even as she tilted her head slightly. I didn't mean to right-click again. Keiichi-kun, you don't look so good. I think you should lie down. That's true. We should both head back home. As if nothing had happened, they both giggled at each other and started making their way out. I hadn't moved a muscle since I had dropped the package of mochi. As they left, the door slowly closed behind them. All I could do was stare. As if I couldn't move until the door was completely closed. I wondered what the old sprites looked like in these moments. I mean, I could do like a little quick savey save and then like change the settings and go back. Because I do have access to the old models or sprites. If you really are that curious. Just as the door was just about closed, it opened again slightly with a sudden creak, setting my heart racing once again. A single eye peered in through the narrow slit, and Mion's hawkish gaze peered at me once again. See you, Kei-chan. Yeah. I'd hate it if you missed school tomorrow, alright? Thud. The door closed. I wasn't able to move a muscle even after their low laughter died off into the distance, and silence once again enveloped the room. Coming back to my senses, the first thing I did was lock the door. I'm not quite that curious, but looking up Higurashi casually, you never see the old sprites from the scary bits. Interesting. They knew what Oishi-san and I talked about? Why? How? No, that wasn't important. Thinking about it now, all of it could have been overheard. From the beginning when Oishi-san met me, just as Mion said, I couldn't hide anything. Then, what were they trying to tell me? That part was obvious. They were warning me not to say anything unnecessary. What did they deem unnecessary? I only talked with Oishi-san about one thing, and that they were warning me that it was unnecessary. What was it that Oishi-san talked to me about? The incidents involving Oyashiro-sama's curse that occurred every year weren't individual cases, but were connected as a whole. As well as the fact that there were as well as the fact that there may be multiple perpetrators hidden within Hinamizawa. No, more precisely, that Mion, Rena, Satoko, and Rika-chan were all suspicious. Is that what they were warning me against? But what kind of nonsense am I thinking about? I hit my own face hard enough that it let out a loud slap. If only that could wake me from this nightmare, but for some reason I felt like I was punching a blanket. It was almost laughably painless. Call me crazy, Kei-chan, but their omniscience probably has something to do with the demon that's cursed everyone. Probably. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Why did I become such a pessimist? Calm down, calm down. Settle down and sort things out. The reason Mion knew I was eating lunch with Oishi-san was probably because someone from Hinamizawa just happened to be there at the time. They must have told Mion that I was there. That made the most sense. Plus, come to think of it, she didn't ask me where I ate lunch, did she? She only asked, was it good? They were just curious since I was together with someone not from Hinamizawa. It's not as if they had any ulterior motives. That's it. That has to be it. Thinking about it that way, it was the same with Rena. I was just being strangely ambiguous about when I met with Oishi-san. Rena was just correcting me on that. That's when I was bewildered by the change in character from the usual mild-mannered Rena, and was just startled by it. That's the most natural way of thinking about it. I felt like my mind was mixed up like a tangled mix of spaghetti. Don't know why I struggled with saying that string of words, but here we are. Deep red marinara sauce would have poured out of my nose and ears if he squeezed my head. That's quite the imagery right there, Keiichi-san. Thinking that, I suddenly felt like vomiting. Yeah. I really didn't want that to happen, so I stopped holding my head. Good idea, Keiichi. Lately, I had no idea what anyone was saying. Spending time with them was fun. It didn't feel like there was any sort of hidden agenda. I really do think they're a good bunch of people. When I just moved here and couldn't make heads or tails of everything, they were really kind to me. Good old facts and logic getting in the way of checks notes, being stared at with deadly intent. Yeah. Rena was really kind and always looked after me. As long as that strange affliction didn't rear its ugly head, she was really pretty cute. Mion was also a really good person. She didn't care about anyone's age or gender, and was optimistic and outgoing. I was never bored when I was with her. And talking of not getting bored, rambunctious Satoko was a good person for that too. She was pretty bratty, but that was just the way she interacted with others. Nika-chan was the same way. She didn't speak often, but that didn't mean she was always silent. They're my friends. But after hearing of the better untold stories of Hinamizawa from Oishi-san and Tomatake-san, when I was told about Yashiro-sama's curse, things started going crazy. Then hearing from Oishi-san that Mion, Rena, Satoko, and Nika-chan were all suspicious. After that, everyone changed. That's right. It all started getting weird after Oishi-san told me all that strange stuff. At the time, I really should have just not listened to those weird stories. And I even shouldn't have heard about the past incidents from Tomitake-san the night of Watanagashi. If I just hadn't gone in that strange sense of curiosity, if I just hadn't... That's right. So that's why I'm assuming that's killed that's being censored there. Tomitake-san. Gotta go. Gotta wake up for work. Okay. Thank you for stopping in, Nero. It's always nice to have you look about. Have good sleeps and have fun at work tomorrow. Or, yeah, whatever. That's why they fucked. I guess that's not an option with the amount of characters that's censored there. But I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be killed. Anyways, kept it a secret from me. We'll probably censor Oishi-san as well. We're trying to unearth what everybody was warning me was better left buried. Besides that, he was unforgivable for spewing words that made me doubt the others. Of course a guy like that is going to be censored. Kill is a 4-letter word. Yeah, kill is a 4-letter word. And so is fuck. That actually sounds like an awesome title for really anything at all ever. What? What you said, kill is a 4-letter word? Anyways. Both Tomitake-san and Oishi-san were nothing but outsiders after all. They were entities who could not coexist with the people of Hinamizawa. Those guys should just fall to Yashiro-sama's curse and just die. Spooky's autobiography, he writes, so while in jail for life for murder. Oh dear. It wasn't their fault. It was my fault for not being able to hold back my curiosity. It wasn't their fault. God. God can't help you now, Spooky. It wasn't their fault. 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 I settled into a daze. It was a lethargic feeling like I had just gotten up, but the ominous chill that haunted me had subsided. I was fine now. I was no longer frightened. I had completely recovered. I'll go to school tomorrow, right as rain. I'll greet everyone. I'll take part in club activities. It'll definitely be fun. It had to be fun. I was one of them after all. Ah, that reminds me, I need to eat those mochi. I hope I'm able to tell which one Rena made. I remember the homework the two brought with them when they visited me. I can words. But wow, her club did delivery. That was something else. I picked up the package I dropped on the floor and headed into the living room. It would be nice, I guess, to have some tea with it. Tea and mochi sounds pretty pog. To fill my mouth with mochi while drinking tea. Oh. This was quite a delectable situation I was in. Opening up the newspaper wrapping, there were 5 plump red bean paste mochi fit snugly inside. There were letters written from left to right on the newspaper. A, B, C, D, and E. Now then. They said Rena made one of these. I wonder which one. There wasn't much difference in how they looked. They smelled and appeared about the same. This was a pretty difficult problem. The biggest difference was probably their shape. I wasn't sure what kind of person Mion's grandma was, but Rena's had to be different from hers. Looking carefully, I could see one mochi that was made very neatly. So, well, that, just by staring at it, one could tell it stood out. Looks like this challenge depends on whether or not this one is Rena's. Calm down and think even harder. Mio had said her grandma made a ton of them and was told to give some out, if I remembered correctly. So that meant 4 of these were from that large batch. Then what about Rena? She probably only made one. So she probably spent quite a bit of time on it. Meaning, the one that Rena had made was this one. E. For a moment, I thought it may have been a trap Mion laid as soon as she knew I'd pick up on it, but that probably wasn't the case. I wouldn't be so sure if I knew Mion had made it, but since she said Rena made it, it probably wasn't a trap. Alright, my tea is ready too. I'll start with the defending champ, Mion's grandma. Let's see. Not bad. The smooth bean paste and soft chewy texture left little to be desired. The tea I drank afterwards also accentuated the experience. Oh boy. I was trying to find examples of that downward fish islands, 1,000-yard stare a lot of anime used to show. The characters acting psychotic for a meme making fun of Keiichi for the whole, nah, my friends are being reasonable, and there's a lot of Higurashi anime in these search results. They're all not that exact stare, but still lots of Higurashi. Have you seen the thumbnail for today's Higurashi video that went up on YouTube? That's probably one of the things that came up. This was an exquisite piece of work. Now, how about Rena's? The creation was so delicate, one would think it was a high-class Japanese dessert. Since I normally had quite the appetite, I was slightly worried about the size of the portion. But, well, first, a bite. This is quite a difficult one to judge, actually. The ingredients were exactly the same, so there was little difference in flavor. What was different was how it was shaped at the end, so was to be expected. So the deciding factors would be presentation and volume. The well-formed and well-sized champion versus Rena the challenger, with a size you just couldn't get enough of. I only had one bite of Rena's. That actually didn't come up, but most of them are Rena. Fair enough, fair enough. I'd probably have to wait until after I was done eating to make my decision. Maybe. There was something hidden inside that could cause an upset. Chew, chew. It seems my prediction was right. My tongue touched something. It didn't feel like something edible, so I reached with my fingers and grabbed it. Do you guys want to guess what it's inside the mochi before we find out? What is the inedible thing in the mochi, guys? I'll wait for at least one of you to cast a vote. Fingernails. I know why you say that. Too deep of a cut. In the what? Mochi. Mochi is a Japanese dessert that's like rice flour paste kind of wrapped around just about anything. If you've been to Safeway, Safeway does actually have like ice cream mochi and they're like bread area and like a little fridge. So you've probably seen it before. I don't know if you ever actually had it though. Anyways, let's find out what's the inedible object hiding in this mochi. A severed toe. Oh boy. What? What was this? Before I could fully comprehend what it was, I threw away the rest of the mochi I was eating as fast as I could. It slammed against the wall, causing the bean jam to splatter. Then, after sticking for a moment, it slid down to the floor. I was dumbstruck by my own actions. What was I doing? Ren had gone out of her way to make it for me. How could I? Dumbstruck, I looked down at the hand that performed such a vile act. Then I remembered what I had taken out of my mouth. At first I thought it was a hair. Even though it was shorter than Mion's, Rena's hair was still quite long. And it wasn't this short. It was also a bit too hard to be hair. It was thick enough to roll around on my tongue. There was a bit of a metallic sheen on the end of it. Ah yes, there was a hole for where thread goes through, like it was a sewing needle. Yes, that's right. It looks very much like a sewing needle. Exactly like one. The end was pointed as well. Quite sharply. It really did look good, just like a sewing needle. Huh? What did I mean looked very much like a sewing needle just a bit ago? I couldn't answer. But a voice inside me already knew. It let me know by chattering my molars together. I couldn't stave off the terror welling up inside me. Suddenly I tasted something metallic and felt a prickling pain at the back of my throat. I stuck my finger into the back of my mouth and felt around to see if I was bleeding. Suddenly I felt the urge to vomit. Swallowing me blood does do that, so... The sharp taste of bile irritated the back of my throat. I clasped both hands over my mouth and, after writhing in agony, I was somehow able to hold back the nausea. I was finally able to breathe normally again, but this time my heart was intensely throbbing. And then it finally registered. Exactly what was mixed in with the mochi. Before I could think of the correct word, my hands were already on the move. Splat. Plop. Splort. I tossed the rest of the mochi against the wall. The geometrical patterns of the scattered bean jam on the wall suddenly evoked a terrible omen in my mind. Yeah, because I'm gonna take a guess that it's actually red bean jam that's inside the mochi, because that's pretty common. Splattered red bean jam on a wall could look like, things that are supposed to be inside bodies, not outside of them. After looking away, I dashed out to the hall and flew upstairs to my room, where I stayed under my covers until morning. As opposed to the everything preceding this that wasn't a terrible omen. Ah, yes, Higurashi's getting real weird. Indeed, we're at the end of episode 1, so. I clutched my own shoulders, howling madly in a mix of fear, anger, sadness, and frustration. This wasn't a threat or warning or reminder, nothing as simple as that. What had happened in Hinamizawa? What is happening in Hinamizawa? What would happen? I didn't know the answer to any of those questions. Where did I break a taboo? Regardless, now Rena and Mion, and others, they consider me an enemy. And they thought, I should just die. I won't let you kill me. For such a pointless reason. I fell into a restless sleep as I was crushed by my negative emotions. It was as if I was being drawn into a billowing, bottomless marsh. Fun times, fun times. Oh boy, what's a medicine that makes you commit suicide? That's a nice title. Look, it's a picture of the mochi. A sewing needle is hard to swallow, I would imagine. I guess it kind of depends on the angle. Anyways, let's see what the tips have to say for us. What's a drug that makes you commit suicide? That's a nice title. Let's cut to the chase. Is there a drug that causes someone to kill themselves? Not directly, no. That's quite a roundabout response. You're saying there's one that does it indirectly? Something that puts you into a suicidal mental state like that? That's hard to say. What about a suicidal mental state? What would a suicidal mental state be? I can word so good. Like a person with a serious bipolar disorder? It's believed that people are most likely to attempt suicide when swinging from depression to mania. Clinical depression and bipolar disorder are different. Clinical depression indicates a prolonged state of depression, whereas bipolar disorder is characterized by a passive depressive state accompanied by a very active manic state. Individuals with clinical depression suffer from low self-esteem and are quite pessimistic, but rarely commit suicide. They do not have the willpower to commit suicide. Nor does mania on its own lead to suicide. That has an opposite effect, filling the person with confidence and making them feel as though they're walking on air. Thus, they do not commit suicide. That's interesting. Neither state causes suicide, but when the condition changes, they might do so. There's a desire to commit suicide when in a state of depression, but they do not have the willpower to commit such a formidable act. But when they enter mania, they gain a burst of willpower and their body moves as they desire. I see. So it means they gain the willpower to commit suicide. That's how it goes. That's why patients are given sedatives during that time to keep them from acting on their impulses. Then was Tomitake bipolar? People who suffer from bipolar disorder generally commit suicide by more civilized means, like, say, hanging or jumping off a building. Self-harm as though going through withdrawal is completely different. True. Tomitake-san's death wasn't civilized. So, one would think it was caused by some foreign substance. As I said from the start, tell me of a drug that causes someone to commit suicide. There are reports that methamphetamine overdoses produce a condition that resembles bipolar disorder. It's a stimulant. Barbiturate. No. Barbiturate? Barbiturate? I don't know. We're moving on from that word. Overdoses are also reported to cause erratic behavior. That's a sleep aid. There were no signs of stimulants. Are there any other possibilities? All I can think of is that it's some sort of illness. something like Graves' disease, which affects the thyroid and is known to cause symptoms that resemble bipolar disorder. But Graves' disease has many characteristic symptoms of its own. The deceased exhibit none of them. I wonder, is there something that could have been more spontaneously? Something that fits this case and would cause someone to want to commit suicide all of a sudden? Are you familiar with organic mental disorders? The fuck? In short, it's a condition where the brain is out of whack due to a physical injury or illness. It can be caused by drugs. They can also be caused by physical trauma, encephalitis, a stroke, or even tumors. Basically, even without a drug, one could succumb to an irregular mental state. The deceased was surrounded after being chased, and his life was in danger, right? All that stress could have messed with his brain chemistry. He could have hit his head, and those factors combined might have caused him to mutilate himself. It's a possibility. Could you explain it to me in simpler terms? Basically, he knocked his noggin in the brawl, and that made him go haywire. Nah ha 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 ha. Then his lady didn't have any intent to kill. Just smacked him in a bad place when he nicked some change. The two plump men laughed hoarsely. I hate that sentence so much. I don't know why, but I don't like that sentence. This sentence here, do not like. Will not read again. But of course it's not like that. Ahem. Undoubtedly. If it was habitual drug use, if it was something mental, the deceased body holds the key. How are things on your end? Oh my goodness, look at the time. I need to get back soon or Kuma-chan will get angry with me. Yeah, good luck. Best wishes. Best wishes. Kind of interesting that they're just kind of relating everything to bipolar disorder. Just imagining two fat guys whinnying. I don't like that sentence either. Mostly because the last word you used. I don't like that one. Anyways, I felt like I had more to say about that, but your sentence just really threw me out. Anyways, threat. Love that. More of this fatso. Herm. Those guys just now. They had national diet badges. Then there's prefectural assembly member and city councilor Sonozaki. That's interesting. The prefectural assembly member and city councilor are related. It's dirty is what it is. Shouting out each other's name during elections. We snaw Detective Oishi. Stop. While one is up for election, the other one holds an assembly, and they double up their campaign activities. Blatantly. I don't know much about this stuff, but isn't that against the rules of the election? As long as they have no prior consultation, there are no restrictions on their political activities. Politics. Kuma-chan, the investigation division is going to be pretty rough for you. You should at least brush up on election policies. I'm not suited for the intelligence division. You heard it here first. He's a dumbass. 'Cause I'm dumb. There's a prefectural assembly member, Sonozaki, and city councilor Sonozaki, and the mayor of Hinamizawa. All of them involved with the Sonozaki family. What crap. Looks like they were seen off by the department chief and the deputy chief. It came to me. Did it now? That night, when the chief invited me along to get some Auden? Some Auden. I think that might be a typo. I don't know. I thought that's what it is. Was it? I thought that was it. Blah, 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 blah. I'm trying my best here, guys. You have a lot of connections, so you might have heard something. Did you? Nope. Not a thing. Ma'am, I'll take a tofu fritter and fish cake. Counselor barked at me and the police chief's dead. Oh my, is that so? Ma'am, I'll take another bowl. Prefectural Assembly member Sonozaki and City Councilor Sonozaki were both intimidating. Our snot-nosed career police chief couldn't even handle being yelled at by them, like the Yakuza. A petition with your name came up regarding how the investigations of the Hinamizawa incident is being handled. Goodness me. I'm not the faintest. No need to play dumb. You're reopening the past cases regarding Hinamizawa, aren't you? I've already got my hands full with Tomitaki-san's death, actually. Hanahahaha. Really? If that's true, then there's no problem. There was a period of silence. While we were silent, we made headway on our food and drink. BRB, I just remembered our Frosties and shit. I was thinking about questioning about that, to be honest. I was thinking about asking if there was an ETA on that or whatever, but it sounds like you didn't actually order it yet. Dude, that was quite the feast. This month has been a bunch of losses for me, so my wallet was feeling the pinch. Much appreciated. Nah, that's nothing. Tell me a good horse again. Horse. I'll bet on the same one as you. Ah, okay. So an actual horse. Horse betting. Got it. Nah, ha 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 ha. I've been doing well there lately. Haven't been doing well there lately. I can words. I haven't been able to read the horses at all. Taxi. Why would you read horses? I'm going by train. The police chief is taking a taxi. I have my own car, but it'd be rash to drive it home. Can't blow it right before retirement with a DUI. Even though he could still rattle off, it looked like his legs were already goo. Blah 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 blah. Pushing him into the cab, I gave the driver the police chief's address. Words are a struggle. Well, see you again tomorrow. Ah, geez. Oh, okay, so you meant that they were here.
Yeah.
Boy, how long have they been here?
No idea.
The poor neglected.
I will say chocolate.
You don't have a chocolate one, please, thank you.
And spoon.
Yay, spoon. Thank you, kind sir. Okay, hang on. Hang on, chat. I has received a Frosty. Opening things, don't mind me. Frosty was a good idea. Thank you for the Frosty Spooky, much appreciate. Same thing with the fries too. Happy New Year, oh boy. Nice, G-Slam. Yeah. The past incidents have all been closed. Stop lumping them all together. Those villagers half believe it's really a curse. Well, I'm not convinced. You're gonna be returning next year, aren't you? Weren't you gonna pay off your mortgage with your pension and move up to Hokkaido with your mom? Mother pines to return to the land of her birth. That's the least I can do. And the pension, well, it won't let me enjoy myself in Susukino. Nah ha 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 ha. The police chief may issue a special retirement salary raise, he says. A public servant's pension is calculated based on their monthly salary. So if you were to get a raise right before retirement, your bonus to your salary would be inflated. And you get a heavy surplus of funds. That tends to be how it's done around here. Of course, it's not a custom that's thought of highly. The difference between the bonus and the pension is quite a bit. I expect nothing less exemplary from our egghead chief. But, well, this era's salary is compensation for our hard work, but in the end, it really has to do with the passage of time. That's not something I can laugh at. Well, I'll laugh through it anyway. I don't think it's anything exemplary, but given how hard you've worked, it's not odd that you're getting that much of a pension. I'd like to get that much myself. If I can get it. Well, of course I'd want it. Nah ha 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 ha. You'll get it. You're an adult after all. Sorry for holding you up here, driver. Thank you very much. I closed the door roughly, interrupting the chief's conversation a bit rudely. It looked like the chief still had something to say, but he just smiled wryly and waved. I waved in return. The cab sped up gradually and soon disappeared among the sea of lights. Nah ha ha ha. Oh man. I wonder if I really can repay that loan. Welp, welp, welp. Continue. Exciting. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of muffled footsteps stopped in front of the door to my room. A moment of silence, as if whomever they belonged to was ascertaining if I was inside. Of all the things I should have been doing, I continued on with my restless slumber. I was very much conscious, but my body had a blah 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 blah. But my body hadn't caught up yet. Even with the danger bearing down on me just beyond the door, it was as if I was completely paralyzed, unable to move. Without a doubt, this was sheer terror. Please, just leave. Hey, why isn't my body awake yet? If I came back into my room right now, then... Do I need to click? Yes. Wow! Eek! I sprung to my feet and threw my covers at my mom, who was opening the door. Whoa. Keiichi? What's the matter? Sorry. I was still half asleep. I thought it was still 1 or 2 a.m. But the morning sun was already streaming through the gap between the curtains. It felt nothing like morning. Yesterday, I must have fallen asleep right after that. Then I should have gotten a full 10 hours of rest. But it didn't feel like that at all. These hiccups, I swear, will be to the death of me. Oh god, more. Diaphragm, calm the fuck down. My internal clock was completely screwed up and my sense of balance felt off. That's a mood. I felt feverish enough that it was clear to me that I was still not well. Well, Keiichi, how are you feeling? Can you make it to school? I was well enough to go, but I wasn't mentally prepared for it. I was still plagued with terror from yesterday. If I had swallowed that needle, what would have happened? I mean, a lot of things could have happened if you swallowed the needle, but... Or what if it had pierced my tongue? I feel like that might be easier to deal with it than it getting stuck in your throat. There was undoubtedly a murderous intent, but I don't think that's all it was. If they really wanted to kill me, then there would be other, more certain ways to do it. Like poisoning the mochi. They wouldn't resort to such a dubious method as having me swallow a needle. Meaning, I didn't want to believe it, but going that far was just a threat from Rena and Mion. Aren't you glad you didn't die? But next time we'll use a more assured method. Like that. Something like sending a letter with a razor inside would have been a joke compared to this. I honestly thought it was going to be a razor inside of the mochi, So, like, when he was describing the needle before saying it was a needle, it's like, could have been a small razor blade, you know? Anyways, did you make it to the hospital? Did you take your medicine? Yeah, kinda. Something about my mom's dubious gaze bothered me. She seemed more concerned about her son missing 2 days of school rather than him being sick. It was definitely mental fatigue. I wasn't really physically ill. It'll be hard for you to get back on track once your daily routine is thrown off. Come on, get up. Nope. They say wellness is a state of mind. Oh, honey, his state of mind is not well. I'd heard that line many times before. I was given an award in elementary school for having perfect attendance, but it wasn't like I was healthier than everyone. Come on, go wash your face. Breakfast is already ready. There isn't much time before Rena-chan comes and gets you. Mom's tone meant I couldn't argue about it, so I had to give up on skipping a second day. By the way, were you the one who got bean paste all over the living room wall, Keiichi? You shouldn't do something like that. Your father was quite angry. I didn't feel particularly guilty for doing it, so I didn't have much of a reaction. Also, Mom didn't question me any further about it. She headed back downstairs after she was certain I was getting up. When Mion said after she left yesterday, I hate it if you missed school tomorrow. Came back and dwelled on the back of my head. What does she mean by that? I didn't even have to really think about it. She was saying, don't be absent. Taking that a bit further, it was the same as her saying I should just go about living my life as if nothing happened. If I showed any signs of acting unusual, it would probably result in them making their move. For example, maybe I shouldn't pay attention to someone like Oshi-san enticing me with something unusual. Maybe. Meaning, if I didn't watch my mouth or did anything differently from the norm. In effect, it would end up flagging myself as someone who was not wanted. And it seems that was something that the girls didn't intend to forgive. So, if I just went along as normal. Oh, hello. How do I read? Nin in the shadows. You found me from Twitter. Ooh. Well, it's a pleasure to have you here. And I hope you enjoy your stay. I'm not great with words. But I do try. I try my best. No harm would come to me. Was that how it was going to be? Not sure about that one. All that misery I experienced up until yesterday would almost creepily just fade away. It was an enticing deal. Thanks, I'll be lurking. No worries, have a good lurk. Just by forgetting everything I'd seen or heard these last few days, I'd be able to keep living on like normal. There's no way such a selfish thing could... I swallowed hard. I once again deliberated on the idea that I had just rejected. Mion was probably a good person who had her friends at heart. So she was giving me, who had mistakenly broken some rule of theirs, a chance. Was what I did really something so unforgivable? But Mion had given me another chance. She was saying, if I just forgot everything and kept living on like I had been, I'd be forgiven. Keiichi! Your food's going to get cold. Hurry up and get down here. Rena will be here if you don't hurry. I'm coming. I crammed my textbooks into my bag and hastily made my way downstairs. Blah, blah. I picked up my somewhat bland breakfast. It seems that I didn't have much time. It was already past when I usually met up with Rena. Given yesterday's events, she'd probably be here in the next 5 minutes. I needed to be ready to head to school by then. I had to forget everything that happened the past 2 days. Forget it all and return to my normal life. For this to be normal, I'd have to be where I would normally meet up with Rena. Today of all days, the rice was dry and hard to get down. Ding dong. I jumped at the sound and dropped my chopsticks. That chime signaled that Rena had arrived. Mom hurried me along. Come on, Rena-chan's already here. Hurry, hurry. My mother's... Wow. Okay. My mother's merry smile and my gloomy face were polar opposites. Honestly, I was reluctant to see Rena, who was waiting there on the other side of the door. The Rena on the other side. Was it the Rena I knew? I couldn't keep her waiting. I needed to do things as usual. Morning! An invigorating greeting filtered in from across the doorway. I came since Keiichi-kun was a bit late. Will he be okay today, I wonder? The manner in which Rena was concerned was, without a doubt, the Rena I knew. But that was probably only if I reciprocated. Forget everything from yesterday. Pretend as though nothing had happened. Forget about the gruesome dismemberment. Forget about the mysterious deaths that happened the following years. Forget about the people falling to their death, and the terminal illness and suicide, and the lynching, and the disappearances. Forget it. Forget all of it. Forget that Rena and Mion were scary. Of course. Forget it all. Forget about everyone. Forget about the mochi too. Forget. Rena, once again, asked to make sure. Can you make it to school? Yeah, I'm fine. Great. Then let's go. Mi-chan is waiting. Rena showed me her usual bright smile. I couldn't find any hint of deceit in her expression. My nervousness dissipated, giving way to relief. But you see, Sataka-chan was so insistent she could do it. As we were walking, Rena talked about a lot of the different stuff, more so than usual. Then? Sataka-chan is clumsy, so she failed no matter how many times she tried. Oh, she was so cute. Everything Rena talked about was just silly nonsense, so I just replied every so often and laughed from time to time. It was a rather laid-back conversation. We passed by one of our neighbors, and they called out to us. Oh my, Keiichi-chan and Rena-chan, aren't you two a bit late today? Mion-chan said she was going on ahead. Uh-oh, did Mi-chan look mad, I wonder? We need to hurry up, Keiichi-kun. As we smiled and parted ways with our neighbor, they turned back towards me and struck out a blah 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 blah. Okay. Stuck out a tongue. Goodness. Not expecting that, I couldn't help but crack a smile. Keiichi-kun smiled. What? Rena stopped and stared at me. I was thinking that you still hadn't recovered from your cold since you seemed down this morning, Keiichi-kun. But now you seem fine. Fine. With a grin, she gently poked my cheek. It was a bright, sincere smile. Hey, Keiichi Mayabata. How can you still doubt Rena after she shows you a smile like that? Maybe I just had a high fever up until today, and I imagined everything that I thought happened because I was bedridden and delirious. I really hoped that was the case. If God would grant me just one wish. There's only one thing that I'd wish for. I would want what had happened in the past few days. More specifically from the night of More specifically, from the night of the Watanagashi up until last night. I wanted all of that to have never happened. I wonder how many times I'd wished for these past few days. As long as Rena kept on smiling like this, I think it might just become reality. So I wanted Rena to keep on smiling. Keep on smiling. So, Keiichi-kun. Those mochi yesterday. Did you eat them all? That vain wish of mine was instantly shattered. My heart began palpitating. The relaxed morning mood suddenly became frigid. Rena's smile was the same as usual. Her eyes were gentle as usual. Those mochi yesterday. Did you eat them all? And of course, she was asking the question at face value. In other words, Rena was asking, did you get the message? She was probably trying to convey that. Keiichi-kun? I was reluctant to give an answer. Rena stopped walking and stared deeply into my eyes. Uh, don't hesitate, Keiichi Maibara. Rena was acting the same as always, wasn't she? Okay, D&D over for the night? Wonderful. Well, maybe not necessarily wonderful. I don't know. I'm not good with good responses. Rena is small though, and cannon will kill you. But welcome to not lurking now, Hifumichu. You were missed. I needed to respond in my usual way. Naturally, of course. But both my throat and mouth had gone dry, and my lips were stuck together. Hurry and answer, Keiichi. Not that much time had passed. I could still keep the conversation going naturally. I had to say something quickly. De? I wonder how much of the weirdness could have been avoided if Keiichi was actually honest about meeting with the detective initially. Keiichi, my dude, do you ever do anything naturally? I mean, he is a teenager, so not really, but he was more of meaning in his natural Keiichi way, you know? But honestly, that is a good question. I wonder how much could have been avoided if he was honest about it. But also, how much could have been avoided if, you know, he was actually told by his friends about the whole thing, you know? Anyways, Reno playfully mimicked what I said when I finally squeaked something out. Rena's reaction was still normal. It seems that there wasn't as long of a pause as I had thought. Somehow, I finally squeaked out the rest. Delicious! However, my strained efforts neither sullied nor brightened Rena's expression. For a moment I panicked, thinking I had replied incorrectly. But after a few moments, Rena broke into her usual soft smile and giggled with a joyful voice that seemed to echo through the morning air. Being strung along with that laugh, I couldn't help but laugh as well. I see. So did you eat all of them, I wonder? Yeah, that was the question. My timid smile froze again. Did you make it without swallowing the needle? Was that what she was asking? If I had swallowed it, then I wouldn't be here. Not necessarily. Nah, I couldn't finish all of them. There's still some left. I was scared out of my wits, but that's how I played it. Huh? What about the homework to see if you could tell which one Rena made? That homework, was it due today? Yeah, it's due today. Michan will get angry. There's probably a penalty game ready for you. We both laughed at each other again. To a casual observer, it was just a typical morning. If I could just let myself believe, then even I'd think it was just the usual morning routine. There's some left. You fucking idiots! He is an idiot, yes, but we already been knew. But I was certain I wasn't mistaken. There was something unimaginable buried beneath the facade of this giggling Reno. Lies! I recalled that unexpected, piercing voice that I could hardly believe came from Rena's mouth. That moment that image crossed my mind, I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back. Was it only at that particular time that something evil had possessed Rena? No, that was wrong. That was still Rena. Moishi-san told me, didn't he? Actually, I looked into her. Before Yugi-san moved away to Hinamizawa, she was suspended from school. It seems she went through her school building and broke all of the windows. Rena had a disorder that most people didn't. No matter how pleasantly she smiled, that fact would not change. But I couldn't even imagine how she looked as she broke all the glass through the school. One thing I knew was that it wasn't something spur of the moment. If it was some sudden outburst of anger, then maybe she'd break a pane or two. But she broke all of the windows all throughout her school. Just imagine going through your own school breaking the windows with a bat. Swinging full force at Swinging full force at each pane of glass, one after another, paying no heed to the flying shards. Your classmates aghast, unable to move from the sudden turn of events. I wonder where she could have found the most windows lined up in a row. Probably the hallway. Smash, walk, wind up, smash, walk, wind up. It was difficult for me to connect that horrifying image with Rena smiling at me just now. But I just had to imagine it. Impossible because it was unimaginable. That naive way of thinking no longer worked. The unpleasant, piercing sound of shattered glass, the crunching noise as Rena treads across the broken shards, walking towards me. Rena's classmates going pale as they forget to even breathe. I wondered what they did as Rena came closer, breaking windows along her path. Did they earnestly try to bring her to her senses by saying something? Or did they jump at her, trying to stop her savagery? Or did they run to the staff room after being directed there by the teachers? Probably none of those. In the face of that blood-curdling sight of Rena busting window after window, undoubtedly, all they could do was suddenly was silently clear a path for her. But yeah, I'm not sure even under normal circumstances the group would actually owe Keiichi any info on the happenings. I mean, I guess. Dumbfounded, just clearing the path for Rena to continue. It was far too violent an act for them to seek refuge by looking the other way. That's not to say they were looking the other way. They were doing the only thing they could do to protect themselves. If they had done something differently from the rest, they may have suddenly found themselves at Rena's new target. As Rena's new target. Wow, words are getting really hard. What would Rena have done to whoever attracted her attention? The answer was obvious. She wouldn't have undoubtedly acted accordingly. Wow. She would have undoubtedly acted according to her whims. Meaning I would be the next window. Rena staring into my eyes, shards of glass crunching and crackling underfoot as she drew closer. I was also drawn into her eyes, paralyzed. Lord, know there's still a list of traumas I wouldn't want to disclose to new friends, and none of them amount to witnessing a brutal murder that's tied to a supposed curse by the town's demon. Yeah, that's fair. Then Rena struck me with the bat over and over again, like I was one of those windows. I crouched down on the floor, desperately protecting my head. Rena didn't care whether it was my head or my back. Zealously, she hits me again and again. What kind of expression was she making as she was doing this over and over again? I peered up to see. Her expression was so indifferent, it was completely unnerving. It's because no matter how many times she struck me, I didn't make as pleasant a sound as the other windows. She struck me continuously, over and over again. The sound Rena wanted didn't come out. Our classmates standing around didn't try to stop her. They didn't want to be the next window. Somebody save me. Turning a blind eye, unless we're hanging out. But of course, everyone in class scrambled to obtain the highest standardized test scores. They'd gain nothing from saving a cram school tryhard like me. Eventually, there'd be a faint sound similar to when you crack open a walnut and some sort of reddish-black spray would shoot out. Anyway, it wasn't that Rena momentarily lost herself in her anger. After forcing myself to breathe and calming down my heart, I recall what Oishi-san told me. And in the counselor's medical report, he recorded all of the conversations he had with Rena-san. It shows up. And quite a bit at that. What does? She mentioned the word Oyashiro, blah blah blah, Oyashiro-sama. Following that, Rena was suspended and had regular examinations at the hospital. Then, as Rena was undergoing counseling, she said it over and over. Oyashiro-sama. It seems that the Oyashiro-sama she spoke of was like a ghost, appearing in her house every night, standing over her pillow looking down at her. That was only a piece of their conversation, so I still couldn't see the big picture, but was by no means a happy little conversation. Then what Rena did. Was she saying that ghastly incident was a result of her being possessed by Yashiro-sama? Up until now, I didn't want to believe in Yashiro-sama's curse. That's why I wanted to say the mysterious deaths every year happen because of some sort of conspiracy. Every time I talked with blah blah blah, wow, almost said Oyashiro-sama again instead of Oishi-san. Whoops. Every time I talked with Oishi-san, I was more certain that the deaths were the work of men and not of some curse. Except, if it was people perpetuating the incidents, my friends were somehow deeply connected. If I refused to believe that the curse was real, then I would have to believe those who acted the kindest to me were deeply involved in the incidents. Why? How? For what reason? Was Rena... Was everybody? It was much more painful and troublesome than accepting that it was just Oyashiro-sama's curse. He didn't add Sama, wow. In the aftermath, Rena had admitted to her doctor that it was because she was possessed by Oyashiro-sama. I felt a strange sense of relief from that. So that's how it was. There wasn't a second side to Rena. She did that because she was possessed by something strange like Oyashiro-sama. It wasn't Rena's fault. Oyashiro-sama was the one to blame. I knew. This was all backwards. Refusing to believe there was a curse, I wanted there to be a human perpetrator. Now that my close friends were the ones under suspicion, I changed my beliefs at my own convenience, saying it was Oyashiro-sama's curse to blame. Which was the better choice, accepting that Oyashiro-sama's curse exists, or that Rena and the rest of them were deeply involved in the string of mysterious deaths. I didn't want to think about it. If I just didn't think about it, I'd be able to continue the same as always. I wanted to believe that. But that was no longer possible. I had received their message. It was pathetic of me to try and bend the meaning to my own convenience. Regardless of my opponent being a human or curse, I won't let it kill me. As if I would just bend over and give in, for no good reason at all. Keiichi-kun? You've been making a really weird face. Not just weird, but really weird. Please fix it. Why, I wonder? I wonder? Inhaling sharply upon hearing Grana's voice, I came back to my senses. Before I had realized it, we were already at the entrance. Shaking my head a few times, I exorcised all those terrifying thoughts. No matter how you looked at it, there's no way Rena could have done such terrible things. It was like I was trying to placate myself. Placate? I don't know. Words. Boing. As I slid the door open, a blackboard eraser loaded with chalk dropped down on my head the moment I stepped into the classroom. The chalk dust went into my eyes, inducing a brief moment of agony. You had it right the first time with placate? Amazing. Oh, ho, 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 ho. How befitting for the Trant Keiichi-san. Why do you know such big words? Stop. Good morning to both of you, Keiichi and Rena. Good morning, Satoko-chan, Nika-chan. Not quite in the mood for it. I didn't really react to Satoko's trap. Truant? Okay. But she's still a child, so why does she know that word? Anyways, Satoko braced herself as I passed by, expecting me to attack her. She seemed a bit disappointed as I simply walked by silently. But what is this? How discouraging indeed. Keiichi doesn't seem back to his usual self yet. Yeah. Take it easy on him for today, okay? Ah. Suddenly there was a slap down on my shoulder. It hurt a bit. Hey, Kei-chan. Did you get enough rest? It was Mion. My mind was full of the stuff about Rena, but Mion was also a party of interest. Remember, Keiichi, that hawkish gaze from yesterday. Yeah, morning. What's with that blah blah blah? What's with that unenergetic greeting? I learned truant in elementary school from teachers using it. Well, look at you have childhood memories. Must be nice. Did you eat the mochi I brought you? Because I ate them, I like this. Those words were itching to be blurted out. I really just didn't have the appetite. I ate a few, but quite a lot were left over. Huh? What about the homework? Do you have an answer for which one was Rena's? I can't believe you'd forget your homework, Keiichi-kun. Sheesh. Then we can't help it. Time for your penalty. Me. Flashing a lurid smile, Mion returned to her seat. There was nothing from our exchanges that would cause our classmates to suspect anything was amiss. But of course, anyone listening to our conversations up until this morning wouldn't see anything suspicious. That was why it was so frightening. They acted in a way that, regardless of whatever happened to Keiichi Maebara, no one would ever suspect them. That fact had me terrified. Soon the teacher came. After she asked how I felt and took attendance, another dull, ordinary day began. Fun. This free study period was a convenient time to consider where I stood. I gently closed my eyes and pondered the ridiculous position I was in right now. First of all, what I shouldn't forget was how dangerous of a situation I was in. I had fallen out of favor with them. After interacting with Oishi-san multiple times, I could see that I was getting closer to the heart of the matter. The warning yesterday with the mochi was a good indicator of that. No, calling it a warning was just my habit of understating things. It probably had no meaning beyond stunting my progress and buying themselves some time. Until they had a method of completely erasing me, they were just biding their time. Even though they were keeping me under their thumb with threats, it didn't change the fact that I knew too much. The chilling sensation of my desk made me recall Satoshi Hojo. The boy who was using the seat until last year when he disappeared. Was he also similar to me? Did he learn something he shouldn't have and was erased? Damn. I wouldn't let them get rid of me so easily. Never. But were they really trying to kill me? Maybe. I've had these contradictory feelings for a while now, even though I suspected them. I felt I had to cover for them. With all their suspicious behavior, a morning like this just made it all seem like an elaborate hoax. No, that's just what I wanted to believe. Doubting my friends? Covering for them? My life was in danger. Or was it? Actually, I was debating the wrong point. Given my current situation, those points were something that shouldn't have been deliberated on a long time ago. That should have been deliberated. Blah 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 blah. Biting? Bidding has 2 words. I don't even remember where that word was even used, so I have nothing to say. I am just trying to read and doing an okay job. But really, Rena and the rest of them, were they actually aiming to kill me? Biding their time? Oh. Did I really say bidding instead? Oh well. The little voices inside of me continued to torment me with these unresolvable trains of thought. Are you an idiot, Keiichi Maebara? The answer should be obvious. Yes, you are very much so an idiot, Keiichi Maebara. But maybe that sewing needle might have been just an accident, right? How could you screw up and drop a sewing needle into a piece of mochi? The benefit of the doubt can only go so far. Both Rena and Mion had acted and behaved suspiciously, but maybe it was all some sort of misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding? It wasn't just suspicious, it was outright ludicrous, right? Rena just corrected me for lying, and Mion only asked me about what I had for lunch. Rena was standing outside our door eavesdropping for a good hour, you know? She was, probably just waiting for my phone call to end. For a whole hour outside your room? And is it normal to go home afterwards without saying anything? You heard from Oishi-san, didn't you? About what Rena did at her former school? But at the hospital, she said it was the Yashiro-sama's fault. She... Cut it out, Keiichi Maebara. Don't you realize they're out to kill you? I inadvertently blurted those words out. Hearing myself say that so directly left me dumbfounded for a few moments. Afterwards, I had to look around to check if anyone else had heard it. My little soliloquy cut a little too close to the truth. Even though I could feel the murderous intent from Rena and the others, part of me somewhere was still trying to deny that. This late in the game. Such hesitation could be fatal. I knew that. But I was just your average student. A man living his normal, ordinary life. Do you think I could suddenly believe that my friends, who I had been happily laughing together up until last Sunday, now intended to kill me? Right? You're too soft, Keiichi. This time I remembered to keep my voice down so only I could hear it. There was one thing I now understood. I was too soft. I didn't completely understand how dangerous Rena and the rest of them were. No, I wasn't trying to understand. I was too soft for not listening to Oishi-san when he was earnestly showing me the heart of the matter. I didn't listen because I was too busy pretending to be dejected. I didn't comprehend it. I was just running away. I didn't comprehend it, so nobody had any notion to try and kill me. I need to get rid of such naive thoughts. As I made that resolution, I heard the bell signaling the end of class. So soon. The day was already over. I didn't recall eating lunch or doing anything in class. My friends were putting their desks together in preparations for club activities. Not long ago, I would have probably happily jumped into that circle. My, Keiichi-san. How rude of you to even think about leaving. The way Satoko spoke was too typical and familiar, and almost physically hurt. Huh? Keiichi-kun, is today not a good day? I wonder. And we were going to win big together. How? Seeing Grena's expression, which she said was, she was blah 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 blah, which said she was really looking forward to today, was hard to take. Hey Keiichi, maybe Oishi-san is just some enormous jerk trying to separate me from the others by lying to me. Slap. Try to expunge such weak-minded thinking, I slapped myself in the face. Keiichi-kun? Yeah, was Rena really trying to kill me? I wish someone would just tell me it was a hoax. I didn't care if it actually was one or not. I just wanted someone to say it was. Yet another weak-willed thought. How did I ever become this naive? Are you alright? Does your head hurt? Apparently that was how my inner dilemma appeared to Rena. You're pale. Can you make it home by yourself? Maybe. I should accompany you home, I wonder. No, it's okay, sorry. I can get home by myself. Just have the meeting without me. Upon hearing that I wasn't going to participate in the club meeting, Mion pouted unhappily. Oh no, indeed spooky. Since Kei-chan was so bent on a revenge match, we were even going to play that deduction game from before too. Keiichi-san doesn't have the burning desire for a rematch? How pathetic. I wouldn't fall for some dumb taunt. Without even a real retort, I just grabbed my bag and was about to get up. Someone's hand perched itself gently on my head. Keiichi doesn't seem to be well. How very unfortunate. It was Rika-chan. She was stretched up as far as she could, doing her best to pat my head with her petite hand. It felt so nice, which made things even harder. Sorry, everybody. See you. That was all I said as I quickly left the classroom. They said something to me as I was leaving, but I couldn't make it out. I managed to make it all the way to the entrance in that state of mind. Took out my shoes, put them on, and went forward. Harden that heart, Keiichi Maebara. They were, for some unfathomable reason, trying to kill me. They were plotting something dubious, watching my every move. But I couldn't hate them, because weren't they my friends? Part of me lamented my naivety, while another part lamented the fact that I had lost something important by lamenting over it in the first place. It felt like my consciousness was being ripped out of my body. If this is what a Yashiro-sama's curse was like, then it was just too harsh. Hey, Yashiro-sama, I was wrong for not believing in your curse, but I believe in it now. Completely. Your curse does exist. So seriously, give me a break. I beg you. Come on. No, you'll get a break, honey. Just not in the way you hope. Dinner was unusually bland. It had no flavor or aroma. The miso soup that normally tantalized my appetite instead of tasted like nothing but boiled water. Dad was eating with us that night. It was a rare occurrence in this household. Careful what you wish from powerful, evil, homicidal demons. Indeed. When he got into his work, he ate and slept on his own schedule. My dad never cared about the time. Since my dad was at the dinner table, it either meant he'd just reached a good point to take a break, or he was in a slump. So yeah, he doesn't understand the motivation creators have. So he just doesn't understand. I can words. Your partnership was just a verbal agreement, wasn't it? If it's so hard to agree on things, why not just end it? I feel like it's an industry with lots of back scratching, but when it gets in the way of business, I wasn't able to pick out much of my mom and dad's conversation, but I could tell it wasn't a very pleasant topic. That, of course, made the disgusting food even less appealing. Staring listlessly at the exchange between my parents, my mind wandered off to the same thought process I had going all day long. Friends close to me? No. They used to be friends. But I could no longer trust them. Right now, I was greatly lacking in allies. People I trusted. People I could depend on when push came to shove. There was something I just didn't have. Having just one ally would have been incredibly reassuring in the currently hopeless situation I was in. I put down my chopsticks and looked over at my parents who were still talking about work. The first course of action that came to mind was to tell my parents everything. Currently, there wasn't a single person from Hinamizawa I could trust 100%. That meant the only people I could trust were my parents. But if I told them everything that happened up until now, would they understand? Rena, for example. That neighborly Rena, who was so diligent in looking after me, came to get me every day, and sometimes brought me over a share of what she made. How could I explain that she wanted to kill me? No matter how I explained it, it would probably be difficult for anyone to comprehend. Something tells me he shouldn't trust his parents. His parents don't even have sprites, they're fine. My somewhat eccentric dad wouldn't understand. My high-strung mom would probably drag me off to a psychiatrist in the blink of an eye. Sadly, that was the amount of trust that existed in our relationship. Even if they did come to understand, what could they possibly do? Unless they could uncover the truth, they wouldn't be able to protect me. No. By informing of... wow. Okay. By informing them of these unnecessary things, I'd be putting my parents in danger as well. Considering that the victims in the past incidents were often married couples, I can't even joke about it. For the entire Mayabara family to have an accident or just to vanish into thin air was easily possible in Hinamizawa. What was important here was that knowing something unnecessary put you in danger. The most unsettling question was, how did they know that I knew? As long as they didn't know, my parents might not fall victim. That was one way to think about it, I guess. At least it was like that in my case. After I found out, things started becoming odd. In other words, it meant the following. As long as my parents didn't know anything, nothing would happen to them. As long as my parents were here, this house would be a safe haven for them. I knew these were just assumptions based on conjecture on top of conjecture. Wanting this house to be a safe haven, that was the pinnacle of my weak-willed method of thinking. I had to concede that it was not completely safe. It was only safer than the outside. I knew that I couldn't rely on my parents. No, I couldn't risk getting my parents involved. Then the only person who could be my ally would be Oishi-san. Him and him alone. He was the only person who understood the situation I was in. He didn't care so much about my safety, but he was without a doubt passionate about solving this case. It was a bit frustrating. Oishi-san was basically the whole reason I was in this mess. Not to get out of it, I had to rely on him. Night, sleep time for me. Okay, Catman, you have a good sleeps. Hopefully I'll see you in tomorrow's stream. Yeah, good night. Meaning, it was all going according to his devices. It was just my job to look appetizing while bobbing in the waves as bait. Then, when the fish started gathering around, Oishi-san would pull up the big haul. It was slightly infuriating, but even I thought that was the best course of action. So then, What should I do? Patience was the first rule of fishing. Just keep waiting until the fish actually bites. But I wasn't simply bait. There were lots of ways for me to struggle before being devoured. When they struck, I needed to somehow dodge just enough and tug out to Oishi-san. No question, it was going to be hard. The timing to bring Oishi-san in would be difficult. He was in the city, not Hinamizawa. So if I found him in the moment of need, it would take him about 30 minutes to reach me. So I needed to run away for those 30 minutes. For example, if we set up a rendezvous point for dire situations or something, I'd just have to hide out there until Oishi-san arrived. Okay, I can almost see it now. I was still being chased around in the dark by boogeymen, but now I knew which way to go. I would never have imagined this would be so reassuring. Oh yeah, I'd probably be best if I had a concealed weapon for when things got roughed. Roughed? Typically, that would call for a switchblade, but that wasn't too reassuring for combat. Also, since it was recognized as a weapon by the public, that also wasn't good. Really, when the time comes, a long weapon like a bat would work in my favor. I remember there was a metal bat at school. I could be confident with that when push came to shove. If this wasn't a life or death situation, the solution for Keiichi would still be beating... would the blah blah... would be the blah... wow. Okay. The solution for Keiichi would still be being honest about his relationship with Oichi. Perhaps. If I pretended I was practicing my swing, then it wouldn't be suspicious for me to always carry it around. I could go to school early tomorrow and secure it. Just possessing a weapon may be enough to deter them. Also, one more thing. Insurance. It could be something like a note or memo. I could write down everything that's happened as a sort of journal. In case I suddenly vanished, the journal would be left behind. With my journal in his possession, Oishi-san should be able to avenge my death. If I left my parents engrossed in their conversation about work and went back... wow. I left my parents engrossed in their conversation about work and went back to my room. I tore out a piece of paper from a notebook and made my way to my desk. Last time I wrote a journal was for summer homework in elementary school. In the off chance something bad happened, the police could use my diary as a lead. So I should only write down the facts. How should I start? I jotted down my thoughts as they came. I, Keiichi Maebara, am in fear for my life. It made me laugh nervously. It was a line that showed up often in detective stories. I never even dreamed that I would be in the type of situation where I'd write it myself. I do not know why they are after my life. Rana and the others were suspicious, but I had no proof. And that's why I couldn't write anything more. I laughed wryly at myself for writing such a passage draped in mystery. Would the police be able to get the hint from reading this in Anamic page? I don't know. We're moving on. I could only pray that they would. What I prayed for the most, though, was that this journal never needed to play its part. Here, I laughed nervously. It was too simple, so I wrote down one more line I just thought of. The only thing I do know is that it has to do with Oyashiro-sama's curse. Was that too much? I probably shouldn't write more than that. If I wrote any more, then it would seem like I was just delusional. In order to appear to the reader that the person who had written this was of sound mind, I chose not to write anything else at that point. I just needed to add more as I learned more about the truth. I folded the paper and thought about a place to hide it. By hiding it somewhere obvious, there was the chance they would uncover it instead. On the other hand, if it was in too obscure of a location, there was the risk of nobody finding it at all. In the end, I decided to take the clock off my wall and stick my folded note on the back of it with scotch tape. After that, I put the clock back into its normal position. Yeah, I didn't like anything was hidden behind it. Now I needed to set it up with such that if anything happens to me, my parents could find it. I looked at it from the countless different angles until I was satisfied, and I made my way downstairs. My parents were still talking about work. It didn't look like it was going to end anytime soon, so I cut in. Sorry to interrupt. I have something I want to talk to you about. I'd never started off a conversation like that before, so my parents were both startled. They stopped talking and turned towards me. What is it, Keiichi? I have a favor to ask of you. Please listen. Just in case, yeah? If it's not urgent, can we do this later? Right now, Mommy and Daddy have something urgent they're talking about. I didn't think their talk was more urgent than mine. In any case, I stated my request. Just in case, okay? If I die... Both of my parents' eyes went as wide as saucers. If I die, I want you to put the clock on my wall in my coffin. If they did that, then they'd probably find it. Oh, Raid. Hello, Raiders. Thank you for the raid, Liz Kid Wiz. Wow. Yeah, thank you for the raid. I am Saku. That is how you read my silly little name, yes. I am a variety streamer, but definitely have more of a focus on anime-related games, as it turns out. I am currently playing Higurashi. We're at the end of episode 1 because that's how Steam decided to split up the game. So hopefully we'll get to the end of that. Though I don't know when we'll do more Higurashi after the fact because the rest of the stuff is paid for and I don't have money. But some point after we finish it, we'll eventually get to the rest of it. Oh, did you set up the shadow command? Yes, I did. Oh my god, thank you for reminding me. I hope you have a good stream. My ass gonna sleep. Yeah, you have good sleeps. Let me do the shout out command though, because that is a great point. I forgot about that. Wow. I'm such a pro streamer, I swear. There we go. Oh, you were just playing Bad End Theater. I actually have that on my wish list. After I saw like Mark play, it was like, oh, I want to play that on my streams too. You have a good night too, though. Yes. Or morning. No, it's night. Almost midnight, actually. It's pretty good. Yeah. But you have good sleeps, and I hope to see you in future streams, maybe. And I'll try to catch some of yours as well. Okay, where were we? Oh yes, the clock and the coffin and finding the note. The ominous note. My memoir. Both my parents remained wide-eyed, not moving an inch. I couldn't blame them. I made that clock in shop class and I really like it. So, please. What's the matter? Keiichi. Memoir. Thank you, Spooky. Did something happen? Mom was finally able to ask me with a questioning gaze. And of course, this was a normal response when someone's son suddenly talked about a subject like this. I felt bad about making them worry, but right now I just wanted them to think about the clock in my room. With the awkward mood leaving the room in silence, I decided to go up to my room. I want to get to school early tomorrow, so I'm going to bed. Good night. Saying only that, I left the living room. I would hate to be his parent. Just like, hey, in case I die, and no further elaboration. I need to get to school early tomorrow and secure that bat. I should make today the last day I went to school with Reno. As I climbed the stairs, I heard my mom call out my name, but I pretended not to hear her. It wasn't something I could talk about with my parents. If I talked about it, it would only make things more dangerous. Oh god. The fight that had begun was mine and mine alone. I couldn't rely on anybody. I wouldn't be killed. Not when I still knew nothing. Maui. I feel bad for the fries that I got from Wendy's. They seem so sad. Sad and ignored. Walks into a room, tells parents to bury me with my clock if I die. Doesn't elaborate, goes to bed for the night. Yeah, definitely would not want to be one of his parents. Keiichi-kun's been feeling down lately. Maybe he's in a bad mood. I wonder. Maybe he's on his period. Me on wood. Me-chan, that's gross. Whoops, didn't mean to click out of the window. Ugh. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Thank you, Mion. What do you think? Don't know. Could be that Kei-chan. Maybe. I don't know. That day, Kei-chan was in the car talking to some tubby middle-aged guy, right? Yeah. No mistake. That Oishi. You probably fed him something fishy. He was so serious. Keiichi-kun's face was so pale. You see, you might not know this, but it's actually the messenger of a Yashiro-sama. Huh? What do you mean? Whenever he shows up, someone is demoned away. No lie. Oh? Is that so? The year before last, when Rika-chan's mom drowned, right? Right before that, she was visited by Oishi. Now that you mention it, it happened before Satoshi-kun transferred out. Transferred? You're so sweet, Rena. So this time he appeared before Keiichi-kun. So Keiichi-kun's gonna be demoned away too? An empty silence hung in the air. And then it was suddenly interrupted. By loud laughter. That's nice. What was it called again? Not feeling so hot? Yeah. Wowee, love that. Continue. That was the first time I'd ever woke with such clarity. It was 5:59, just moments before my alarm would go off. I was amazed at the precision of my internal clock. I had made preparations for the next day of school before I went to bed. I changed quickly and descended to the deserted lower floor. It appeared that my mom was still asleep. Neither breakfast nor lunch was ready. Yesterday, I just unilaterally declared that I would be leaving early today, so it couldn't be helped. I slathered jam on some bread and topped it with instant cocoa. Interesting. As I was finishing up breakfast, Mom rose groggily from her slumber. My Keiichi, you're up early. Is there some sort of school event? Not really. Answering bluntly, I picked up my bag and stood after stuffing 2 slices of bread down my throat. You're leaving already? What about lunch? If you don't wait a bit, I can't make it. If I waited for her to make my lunch, then it would end up being the same time as usual. If I did that, it would raise the chances of me running into Rena and Mion on the way. Yes, from today onwards, I was going to go to school alone. I'll be fine for today. Then what will you do for lunch? I'll slip out and buy some bread or something at the store. Really? Then here's some lunch money. Be sure to bring me back the receipt. I took the 1,000 yen bill from Mom and slipped it into my pocket. It's pretty early. Is Rena-chan up this early as well? No, just me. Did you tell Rena-chan that you're leaving early? I have no reason to tell her every detail, now do I? Finding it difficult answering this onslaught of questions, I made an annoyed face. Tell Rena that I went ahead when she comes. Hey, Keiichi, wait! It's not that I didn't trust my parents. I just couldn't rely on them. Isn't that, like, the same? They couldn't help me. I could only hope that they didn't get involved. It was safer that way. My mom's annoying voice was cut off by the slam of the door. For the first time since I moved here, I headed down the road to the school alone. Up until now, I had always walked down the same path at the same time each day. So I met with the same people at the same places. But today was different. I didn't meet the people I would normally and... wow, just blanked there. And nobody was at the places where I would have normally met them. Of course, Rena wasn't in the spot where we usually met, and there wasn't anyone at the spot where we'd usually have... where we would have usually met up with me on. The length of the tree's shadows, the morning air, the brightness of the sun, it was a completely different type of morning from what I was used to. Without a doubt, it felt strange. It left me with the impression that I had destroyed the illusion Hinamizawa had set up for me before I had enough time to prepare all of the props needed to deceive me. Ah, man, my ex-group of friends seem to want to kill me due to being suspicious of their involvement in prior homicides. I better act totally different than normal. Yeah, genius plan. Keiichi is the genius. My, Keiichi-kun. You're so early today. Is everyone meeting early this morning? The person who got out to me was someone we always passed by as they were taking a walk along the edge of the fields. The name was, I forgot. Of course, this wasn't the spot where we usually passed each other. I woke up early today, so I thought it would be a good change of pace. That's all. I threw out a random excuse. What about Rena-chan and Mion-chan? Are you by yourself today? Well, yeah. I was being asked the same type of questions my mom was asking, so I answered them in the same uninteresting, vague manner. It wasn't funny being asked where Rena was each time I passed by someone, but maybe it was to be expected. It was because for so long we were always together so amicably. Even I felt that if I let my guard down, we could still be friends. Stop it, Keiichi. Don't think about that anymore. You spent all day yesterday thinking about how dangerous it was to go soft, didn't you? Beep, 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 beep. Car horn blared out from nowhere. Even though I was walking, lost in thought, that horn was way too close. A mechanical behemoth barreled at me from behind, catching me completely off guard. By the time I turned around, the van's hulking chassis was almost on top of me. I'd seen plenty of cars veer to the opposite shoulder to avoid pedestrians, but this car was doing the opposite. It felt like there was somebody on the opposite shoulder and the van was swerving in my direction to avoid them. That blissfully ignorant train of thought delayed me from realizing something much, much more important. That large mass was hurtling right at me. Was it going to hit me? The inside of my head instantly flooded with painfully cold liquid. In that moment, the scene before me, no, time itself, had frozen. In the silence of the frozen moment, I compared the van, so close that I had no way to dodge it, in my body, the upper half twisted awkwardly in order to look behind me. There was no way I could dive out of the way in my current position. If I lost focus now, this moment would unpause, and I would and I would probably be plowed over, caught in this silly pose. bend my upper body over towards the patty by the side of the road. If I bent far enough, I'd get away with just being hit by the side view mirror. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, the temporal stasis was shattered by the deafening sound of the van. Wow, that was hard to read. The side mirror struck my shoulder, sending me spinning off through the air like a top, locked in my contorted position. How old do you have to be to get driver's license in Japan? Google.com. I don't actually know the age requirement to get a driver's license. I just know it's uncommon because cars aren't that needed. Kaplash! Sent tumbling through the air, I crashed into the muddy patio by the side of the road. My entire body was soiled and drenched. But the choice I had made in that instant was unmistakably for the best. I actually Googled it. You have to be at least 18. Interesting. I was covered in mud, but when the alternative was being hit by the car, it was the closest I could be to being unscathed. Rising up from the patty, I had enough in me to glare over at the stopped van and yell profanities at the driver. I'm not sure if he was able to see me, but the van sped off suddenly. Wait, damn it! This was what they call a hit and run, wasn't it? I couldn't help but continue yelling out profanities. The disgrace from being covered in mud hurt me more than any physical wounds. I slogged through the muddy patty and made my way back onto the road. This is a crime, goddammit. Shit, I'll track you down and sue you. If I go looking for a van, I'd be sure to find it in this little village. The path that I was on had rice paddies on either side, and it had become so narrow that one car could barely fit through. It wasn't a place you could tear full speed down in a car, let alone pass by pedestrians. Not only was it a narrow road, but the car just now was closer to my side of the road than the other when it went than the other when it went past me. Even as I cursed, I was desperately trying to suppress the dark cloud roiling up within me. It wasn't just a hit and run. That car just now was trying to run me over, wasn't it? Thinking back, I did feel like there had been a car creeping up on me slowly for a while. That's right. As soon as I parted ways with that person taking a walk, I had that feeling the whole time. If it had wanted to pass me, then it had no shortage of chances. Normally I would have felt suspicious and turned around sooner. But I was lost in thought, and now I was kicking myself for not realizing it was there sooner. And then, when the path became narrow, and there was no one else in sight, he floored it. If I had hesitated for even a moment, the result had been no laughing matter. As the adrenaline rush from nearly being run over subsided, and the realization of just how terrifying the preceding events were sunk in. There was no doubt about it. That van was intentionally trying to hit me. The cold, vicious sweat seeped from my scalp and slid down my back before dribbling off. I struggled to avoid falling into a panic. There was still the possibility that this was really just an accident. Calm down, Keiichi. But also don't be so naive, Keiichi. Being that lax will get you killed next time. You need to always be on your toes. Don't give them any openings. If my enemy was really out to kill me, then next time, they would use a more reliable method. If that time came and I was acting like I was now... I was being covered in mud was the price I had to pay for my own naivety. Covered in mud, but without injury. Not even a sprain. I guess this is what you call the silver lining. Silver lining. I began walking again, this time cautiously. I wouldn't even show a hint of carelessness. I had suspected only Rena and the others up until now. No, it was because I had suspected them that I had to believe there were no other enemies. Oshi-san had said so, didn't he? There was the possibility that all the families of the village were involved. Was I really mired so deeply in this situation that I had no choice but to try and carry on as usual? Wouldn't it be safest just to hold myself up in my house? But the moment I abandoned my regular routine, everyone around me would abandon theirs as well. Did you forget what you did then, Keiichi? By leaving early? That was just too horrifying of a thought. I recalled the tales Oishi-san told me of when Hinamizawa was still called Onigafuchi. A frightening tale of an entire village of demons hunting their prey, surrounding them and eating them alive. One must not interfere with the demons. One must pretend not to see it. The enemy were numerous, all the village families. The villagers were... wow. The villagers, with their unwavering faith in the curse, would do nothing to help me. The strong, sudden flash of sunshine made me slightly dizzy. I had no idea what was going on anymore. When I suspected it was the work of man, I would catch a glimpse of a Yashiro-sama's curse. And when I suspected it was Yashiro-sama's curse, somehow... wow. Someone would poke their head out. What was coincidence? What was intentional? Who was my enemy? Who was just a bystander? No, what I really, truly wanted to know was, how did I end up with the proverbial bullseye painted on my back? Eventually, an answer in a form I could understand will appear. I don't care when that will happen, because until then, I cannot die. That alone fueled my resolve to fight and will keep me alive. I remembered seeing the metal bat in the gym storage shed, but there was a padlock on the door barring my entry. At the very least, I wanted to get my hands on it before everyone else arrived at school. I circled around the school grounds impatiently, but all I could find were things like pieces of lumber, nothing that I could bring into the classroom easily. Then, I had an epiphany. I could search inside the classroom. If there was something in the classroom to begin with, then there wouldn't be a problem. I could tell that everyone's indoor shoes were still in their lockers. Good thing I came early. Nobody else was here yet. I wondered, what could I find in the classroom? I didn't think I could find an especially effective weapon like a bat, but it couldn't be helped at this point. Until the gym storage shed was open, I needed to find a substitute. A luring hint of naivety whispered that there was no way I'd be attacked at school. But such soft ideas would no longer protect me. To think that they were slowly making their way into parts of my life that I had once thought impenetrable. In the worst case, my own house might not be safe anymore. That was an incredibly frightening thought. But I believed that not considering the worst case scenario would have been even more frightening. Anyways, I will survive. So long as I lived, then I will definitely be able to escape this labyrinth of nonsense. Definitely. My exploration of the classroom came to an impasse. Words. That much was to be expected. There was no way there would be anything that could be a weapon in the classroom. In case of emergency, there's probably nothing I could do but swing my own chair around. My gaze landed on the lockers that had come to be used for personal storage. The locker that Mion used to store her pile of games was among them. There was one for each person in the class, all lined up. Of course, there was one for me as well. Oh yeah, there was supposed to still be a tracksuit in my locker. Seeing me covered in mud would be strange. I will definitely escape this labyrinth of nonsense. Funniest shit KG ever said. Yeah, I guess. Seeing me covered in mud would be strange. I should go change later. But first, I needed a weapon. If one of my classmates came, it would be hard to rummage through all the lockers. I swiftly began opening the lockers one by one. They were mostly just filled with things like gym clothes, personal items, and umbrellas. An umbrella. If I couldn't find anything better, then this would have to be my weapon. I was just about to give up on finding anything decent when I opened a locker that held exactly what I wanted. It was, without a doubt, a metal bat. It was well worn and pretty beaten up, but there was no doubt it was usable. In that locker that reeked of mold, there also hung a baseball uniform. Just waiting for him to find a bat at this point. I mean, oops, spoke too soon. Yeah. It was probably the locker of a student in a Pee-wee league or something like that. If that was the case, then he'd probably ask for it back. At that time, I could hear the voices of the children scuffling their way noisily in from the hallway. Amongst them, I could make out Rika-chan and Satoko. Good morning. My, you're quite early this morning, Keiichi-san. I nonchalantly hid the bat I was holding behind my back. What is with your outfit? You're covered in mud. Yeah, I had a little incident. I'm gonna change it now, so cut me some slack. With that said, I began taking off my clothes. Satoko began to blush just as I expected her to. Changing in front of a lady? Have you no tact at all? I wouldn't think that a lady staring at someone who was changing would be the one lacking in tact. There's no changing room for the boys, so just deal with it. As Satoko feigned disgust, she went into the hall, still blushing. Conversely, Rika-chan continued to stare at me, preparing to change. If Rika-chan is a lady as well, then I don't think it'd be appropriate for you to be watching. I'm not a lady, so it's fine. She deliberately pouted and looked at me with upturned eyes. Then, starting now, you're a lady. If I'm a lady, then I suppose I must. Rika-chan, appearing to be satisfied with being considered a lady, made her way to join Satoko in the hallway. Just as I stopped a sigh of relief. Oh, that was not words. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Rika-chan stopped suddenly and turned back towards me. Are you going to start playing baseball? It seems that Rika-chan had noticed the bat. Yeah, just, I was feeling a bit out of shape, so I thought I'd try practicing my swing. I think it's wonderful you're taking care of your health. She was talking like an old lady despite her appearance. After saying that, Rika-chan started to leave again, but stopped and looked back at me once more. Best ball. Thank you, Fumiru. Please don't lose that bat. It seems she already knew I took it out of someone's locker. There was no name on the locker door. I didn't know whose bat it was, but I would be borrowing it until they complained. It wouldn't be for long, just until the gym storage shed was opened. After quickly changing into the tracksuit, I checked the time. I still had plenty of time before class began because I came so early. I took the bat in one hand and went out to the schoolyard. That was, of course, to practice my swing. I can't think of any specific examples, but isn't talking like an old lady Rika's thing? Yeah, a little bit. I needed to make it known I would always have a bat on me so I could practice my swing. At some point, the sunlight had become even stronger. Disregarding my classmates as they made their way to school, I took my position in the shadow of the school building. I wasn't that academic type, and I wasn't much of an athlete either. I might get muscle pain if I just suddenly started swinging. I should at least start out with some warm-ups. I doubt anyone would think I was doing something out of the ordinary. Which was the exact opposite of my actual mental state. I gripped the bat and swung lightly. The bat was by no means light. The weight would make it a reliable weapon when I needed it to be. Of course, I can only pray that that moment I needed to use this as a weapon would never come. Just carrying it around could deter attacks against me. At least, that's what I hoped. Huh? Kei-chan? What are you doing? Being bombarded with such a hysterical voice, I jumped. Well, Keiichi-kun, are you on the baseball team? The baseball team? It was Rena and Mion. I think I swapped their voices. Whoops. I was surprised to hear you went off ahead. Wait, what are you doing, Kei-chan? Can't you tell by looking? I'm practicing my swing for the championship. You can say it's part of my diet if you want. Diet? Kei-chan, are you really that fat? Bet you didn't know. I actually have a beer belly. It's plump and jiggles. Oh my god. Okay, so Mion's uniform reminds me of Ronald McDonald. That is all. Why have you just bestowed upon that information with us? Come on. I can see it, but like, please. But plump and jiggles. Rena, you don't have to imagine something weird like that. To disrupt Rena from imagining something that vulgar, I ruffled her hair messily. Well then, hope you make it to regionals at least. The thought finally crystallized. You're welcome. Those the anime McDonald commercials, but starring me on stop. This old man will cheer you on. Regionally speaking, it seems that Oshima High is pretty strong. Kameda-kun is amazing. Oh wait, they say their southpaw Kamade-kun is amazing. The fuck's a southpaw? I don't baseball. Good luck. Seems they made me out of some kind of local prodigy, but oh well. Well, if I really did make it to the championship, it would be a cinch. After all, I'd be the pitcher and catcher. I'd pitch the ball, then run past the ball I just threw and change over to being the catcher in a burst of super incredible explosive speed. Just like Sonic! I laughed dryly at the ludicrous image. Coming back to my senses, I smashed the bat against the ground. Southpaw in general meaning stuff left-handed. Ah. So it is not a baseball term. Interesting that it would just be southpaw, but, like, I guess fair? Oh. Gotta go fast, Kichi. Damn it. What am I laughing at? I pounded the ground over and over. With each impact, the reverberation traveling through the bat stung my hands. If they make me smile like that, I'll... I think the term comes from boxing, but I'm not 100% on that. I see. That makes more sense, actually. Don't allow anyone close to me. Don't trust anyone. No matter how many times I tell myself that. If they made me smile like that, I'll... I already knew quite well there were demons dwelling in my smiling friends. But I just couldn't believe it. Did that kind of split personality really exist? Like how Rena confessed to the doctor. Were they simply being possessed by Oyashiro-sama? In other words, did a supernatural being like Oyashiro-sama really exist? And was it possessing everyone to try and kill me? Yeah, that would be wonderful. If only everyone were actually my friends all along and everything was all just Oyashiro-sama's fault. You damned fool, Keiichi Maebara! Come on now! I yelled out, drawing out all the power from the pit of my stomach, and raised the bat violently into the air. Stop being so soft! As I screamed out with all my might, I beat the metal bat into the ground over and over. With every impact, my weakness was being beaten down. Smash. Forget. Smash. Don't be soft. Smash. Know your enemy. Smash. Like hell I'd let them kill me. My shoulders heaving up and down from my ragged breathing. I heard the first bell ring just as I calmed down. I really hate it when Keiichi sets up a great joke, but making it means spoiling the visual novel for people. What? I'm pretty sure we're past the point where you would know, like, much actual spoiler territory. So I'm not sure what you would be getting at. I gasped with sudden realization. That was the final bell. As I felt all the tension drain from me, I let out a deep breath. My mind was in a muddled state for much of the entire day. I didn't feel like I was awake. I didn't feel like I was asleep either. I couldn't say I felt especially comfortable, but I felt a kind of relief that the sanctity of the school, part of my daily life, had yet to be violated. How long would I have to keep on living like this? I estimate about the rest of the day, maybe at most. I could only grit my teeth and bear with it as this living hell slowly gnawed away at me. Maybe I need to revoke a word from my chat, but it's a color, so that would be kind of rude. Anyways, my limited experiences with the newest Higurashi anime, it kind of lays bare a lot of the questions the first episode has been setting up. I mean, does it? I don't know how much of the newest that you've watched, so Keiichi-kun, come on. It's club time, club time. The sound of Rena's voice brought me back to my senses. Come on, Keiichi-han. Stop spacing out. Bring your desk, your desk. Everyone is moving their desks together as usual. That's right, it was happy, fun club time. But I had no intention of taking part. I haphazardly stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag as I prepared to go home. It was a weak-handed blah 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 gesture to avoid having to actually say, I'll be going home now. What's this, Kei-chan? Happy fun club time. Yeah. You planning on going home right away again? Milan sounded quite disappointed. I'm just not in the mood. Could you just let me be for a while? The tone of the words that spilled from my mouth matched Milan's disapproving glare. I felt like the air in the room had dried out. Satoko looked like she was about to say something, but perhaps dissuaded by the mood, she swallowed her words and stayed silent. Nobody said a thing. I took that to mean that I could leave if I wanted. But the collective gaze of the four of them, like the tiny pins used to mount an insect in display, held me in place. Rena was the one who cut through the heavy mood. Keiichi-kun, you just didn't like playing with girls, I guess? She said it in such a melancholic tone that it sent a wave of pain racing through my heart. If this pain was going to kill me, I wanted to be the soft part of me that could still feel the pain. I tore at my chest, violently tearing out the pins that held me in place. That's not it at all. I'd only be hurting myself by saying anything more, so I swallowed my words. Cutting things off there, I turned away and exited the classroom. They didn't speak a word to me as I left. It was a long, dull trip back home, but I didn't lose focus. I firmly squeezed the grip of the bat, which was already soggy from sweat. Realizing that, I wiped it down with my sleeve. If something were to happen, I wouldn't want it to be slippery. Since this morning, I'd become especially sensitive to the presence of cars. That's fair, you were almost fucking ran over. Even while walking, my ears pricked up and sought out threatening sounds and presences that could be closing in. And why was... Wow, that's... And that was why I could hear it. Without a doubt, there were footsteps. Those footsteps had matched up perfectly with mine for a while now. From what I could sense, it was just one person. But I had no intention of being careless. Did they intend to follow me like this car this morning? Until we were in a good location to assault me? Then it was a good idea to keep walking like this. I stopped walking and looked back. The wooded path crowded with trees responded with silence, as if there was nobody there to begin with. But I wouldn't be fooled. I was certain footsteps were following me. And just as I stopped, the footsteps stopped as well. Meaning, the person following me wanted to keep their distance. That was, without question, proof that I was their target. I held my breath, waiting for their presence to panic and start moving again. The trees rustled with the sound of the wind. The Higurashi also joined in the dissonant chorus, trying to throw my focus into disarray. I don't know what I was about to say. Had 5 minutes passed? Or had I been like this for a whole 30 minutes? It was so hard to breathe that I might have suffocated. It seemed I would be the first one to panic. Without a doubt, he was lurking in the shade of that tree with bated breath. Then, I'd make the first move. I fixed my grip on the bat. I raised it up to my shoulder to be ready to swing it at any time. Hey, I know you're there. With all my might, I screamed at whoever was hiding in the shade of the trees. But their presence in the shade didn't budge. Until the moment I found them, they had no intention of revealing themselves. I know already. I know you're there. I screamed out angrily at them again, but even still, they didn't move at all. Then I'll go over there myself. I don't think that's a good idea, Keiichi. With all due vigilance, I approached, step by step. Stepping into the tree's shadow, I saw a human figure there. That figure was curled up like a small animal. Rena! When she realized I had found her, her expression softened. She seemed apologetic, but wasn't going to speak a word. Did you have some business with me? I wouldn't accept that silence and screamed a question at her. Not really, it's just, Rena was in a panic with tears welling up in her eyes, but it was obvious that she had been following me. What about the club? Since you're not, I'm not. That shouldn't matter. Don't mind me and just play. But I'm just worried about you. Thinking about how I'd been acting up until now, it wasn't hard to imagine that my behavior could have been perceived as strange. Thank you for realizing. Serena was concerned. At a quick glance, that's how it would seem. But I wasn't going to let my guard down that easily. Even if it was really the case, she still wouldn't have to do something like try to tail me. She should have called out to me when I was leaving and gone out right with me. But Rena didn't do that. She kept her distance from me and matched my walking speed. On top of that, she matched the sound of her footsteps and deviously tried to hide her presence from me. Then, after she realized I noticed she was there, she held her breath as she tried hiding from me. She wore a timid expression that would force one to take pity on her, but without a doubt, she was tailing me. Stop following me. Oh. Still glaring at Rena, I continued walking onwards. After I had walked for a bit, she ignored my command and began walking again, so I yelled at her once more. I told you not to follow me! For someone who's super analytical and logical, he sure likes to forget that he's brandishing a bat. Yeah, Keiichi is a little dum-dum. But my house is in the same direction. Then walk ahead of me. I'll start walking once I can't see you anymore. I moved out of the way and waved my bat violently to urge her forward. I'd like to go home together with you. I'm not gonna look at Discord right now, sweetie. You should know by now that I don't look at any other things when I'm live. Making a pitiful expression, she meekly squeaked out the words in a voice that she knew would cut into my heart. That agitated me to no end. I knew it was a lie. If you wanted to go home together, then you should have called out to me. Now you're just blurting out random lies. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It seemed that the seething anger within me was written all over my face. Even without me saying anything, Rena had understood what I was feeling inside. If you get it, then go. I swung the bat, urging her to walk again. Her again to walk, Eichenward's correct order. Rena looked back and forth between me and the bat and started walking hesitantly, then stopped again. Go on then, hurry. I'm going. So please stop with the bat. It's scary. Rena guarded herself while pointing at me holding the bat. She may have realized that I wasn't planning on using this bat for baseball. I lowered the bat, but still guardedly opening the way for her. Go. There's no problem now, is there? There was nothing else she could protest. She passed by me timidly, so as to not set me off. As I watched her pass by, she stopped completely after having barely moved at all. Hey, don't stop! Then a powerful gust blew past us, barraging my face with dust. The dust got into my eyes and clouded my vision. While rubbing my eyes with my left hand, I swung blindly with the bat in my right, protecting the small opening I had presented. But Rena didn't even try to attack during that opening. Honestly, this is very serious, but the fact that he keeps saying bat makes me attack me. No, she hadn't budged an inch. I could tell from the sound of her fluttering skirt in the wind. As her skirt settled, so did the silence. At that moment, the voice inside me immediately warned me of impending danger. I was caught by surprise. The smell of the air had changed. Without me realizing it, the air around me suddenly felt like a calamity was about to befall me. It was like the air had suddenly become invisible concrete, like Ren and I were locked in this space. Rena didn't move an inch. Also unable to move, I stared at her back. Rena was the first to break the silence. Instantly, she altered her stance. I felt like I also just witnessed her shift from Rena into that other person who looks like Rena. But the voice was one I knew well, which filled me with a kind of bewildering pity. Curiously, I felt upon hearing that pitiful voice. Well, excuse me, but, can I ask you something? Too shy to even turn around, Rena squeezed her voice out desperately, as she trembled. What? Well, why do you have a bat? I wonder. The question Rena asked was by no means unexpected. I can carry whatever I want. But, you didn't have one up until today. Why so suddenly? It's alright if I decide to do something suddenly, isn't it? Is it strange that I have a bat? Because Keiichi, you're not the kind of person to play baseball. It's weird. I couldn't tell what kind of answer she was looking for, and I was getting tired of answering her. I just suddenly got the urge to play baseball. Is that so weird? Yes. It's weird. She answered instantly, and that annoyed me slightly. I just suddenly wanted to play baseball, and I wanted to practice my swing, so I'm carrying around a bat. What's strange about that? Strange. Weird. Definitely. Why has Keiichi-kun also... Your ramblings are annoying me. Is it that strange for me to have an interest in sports? I tried to sound a bit more threatening to end the conversation. Until my suspicions about Rena were cleared, I had no obligation to answer her questions. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Don't get so angry. Rena still didn't turn around and spat out words of apology one after the next. Just one last thing. Tell me one last thing. I don't feel like talking anymore. Hurry up and go. I yelled loudly at her, causing her to flinch like she had been struck. Seeing her in such a pathetic state caused my heart to ache sorely. But even though she was afraid, she stubbornly kept herself from moving. Before I was able to threaten her again, Rena asked her final question. Why is that bat the same too? What does she mean by the bat was the same? I had no idea what she was talking about. What are you saying? I mean, why is even the bat the same? I don't understand what you mean at all. Say it clearly. Even still, Rena didn't turn around. After inhaling deeply, she screamed. I mean, why is even the bat the same as Satoshi-kun's? Satoshi being... Huh? Upon hearing that name out of the blue, I became dumbfounded for a brief moment. By Satoshi, did she mean the student who transferred out last year? No, that couldn't be. Rena had tried to cover it up by saying he transferred, but Oishi-san told me quite clearly that he was missing. He was the student who sat at my seat up until last year. He was believed to have been demoned away by Yashiro-sama's curse. I didn't know the details about his disappearance. That aunt he lived with was killed the night of her Watanagashi by a drug addict. Of the Watanagashi, not hers. Anyways, and not long after that, he suddenly vanished and was now missing. That Satoshi and I were... What? My gaze fell to the bat in my hands. Could it be... Satoshi Hojo? It was a bit difficult to see, but that was what was written on the white tape at the end of the bat. I see. So this was Satoshi's bat. This was Satoshi's bat. Since nobody was using it, I borrowed it. That's not a problem, is it? That's not it. The way Rena said that made it seem like this bat was something that should never be touched. Like it was some sort of offering at a shrine or a memento of the deceased. I could only stand there, perplexed and unable to respond. Rena continued speaking without waiting for a reply. Why is it that you're doing the exact same thing Satoshi-kun did when it happened to him? Rena was talking about more than just the bat belonging to Satoshi. It was the same with Satoshi-kun. He joined a baseball team, but he didn't really like baseball. What does that have to do with me? Satoshi-kun also suddenly started walking around with a bat one day. He joined a team, but he wasn't the type to play sports. What about it? I closed my mouth before I could say that out loud. Listen carefully, Keiichi. Rena's trying to tell us something important. Satoshi-kun also, one day, came to school all by himself all of a sudden. Just like Keiichi-kun. Then one day, he suddenly started practicing his swing. Just like Keiichi-kun. Then one day, he suddenly began carrying the bat around with him. Just like Keiichi-kun. Then one day, he suddenly... what? Rena had swallowed her words. Rena's sudden silence brought a hush back to the surrounding area. It was then that I could finally digest the content of the entire conversation. She was saying my chain of actions was exactly the same as Satoshi's. What was the meaning of this? Up until now, I'd forgotten all about Satoshi. I had never paid much thought into him in the first place. Not only that, I didn't even know anything of what he'd done. My actions today should have been my own creation, after all the planning I had done. But they had been the exact same as Satoshi's? Then Satoshi... No, more importantly, if both Satoshi and I acted the same, There was really good possibility that what happened after that would be the same. Rena, that day, what happened to Satoshi? Rena knew. She knew what became of Satoshi. No, forget about what happened to a guy in the past. Rena knew what was going to happen to me. Answer me, Rena. Satoshi, what happened to him? With that, I grabbed Rena's shoulder violently and forcibly turned her to face me. As I faced her, I felt a jolt travel through my entire body. I told you, Keiichi-kun. It was that person that I didn't know. At least, it definitely wasn't the Rena Ryugu I had been talking to up until now. The voice just now didn't have a trace of the trembling or emotion that it had before. The amount of regret I felt for turning her around so carelessly was unsurpassed. The gaze that pierced like a cold needle, the smile on her face that invoked an image of having been carved out by a knife. Chills went down my spine. My mind froze under a layer of rime. Both of Rena's eyes pierced through mine, leaving me unable to look away. As if to remind me of the fear from that time before, Rena brought her face close to mine, so close that I could feel her breath. Her face had filled my entire field of vision. Then, her sharply shaped lips grew even sharper, like the curve of a crescent moon. She grinned. I told you, Keiichi-kun. After a short pause, Rena repeated the same words again. Satoshi-kun, you see? Transferred out. Transferred? Meaning what? What Rena meant to must have been some new definition of transfer that was previously not aware of. That I was previously not aware of. Wow, words. My throat and lips dried up. I couldn't even acknowledge what I just heard. All I could do was swallow down more of my own saliva. It would seem that Rena saw that as a nod. She pulled her gaze back and spryly stepped back 2-3 paces. As she did, my legs gave out and I fell to my knees, pathetically. Rena and me on my knees underneath her emotionless smile. That had to be a very odd sight indeed. Seeing me in that pathetic state, she neither scoffed at me nor held out her hand. But I could neither stand nor escape with her gaze shooting through my eyes. There was undoubtedly a metal bat in my hand, but right now it was useless to me. I was like a fly caught in her web. Heavy sweat beaded all over my body. I could feel it dripping from my skin. But you won't, will you, Keiichi-kun? Nana finally released me from that cage of time after what felt like an eternity. But her question was missing something important and was incredibly vague. Once I swallowed hard, urging her on. Do what? What did she not want me to do? Transfer. What's that supposed to mean in this case? My Frosty is not at all ice cream at all anymore. It is just straight up milkshake. Sad. Satoshi and I had what? All my well-planned actions throughout the day turned out to have been nothing more than a reenactment of what Satoshi had done. Satoshi, had he really been in the same situation as I was now? The friends he had gotten along with had changed suddenly, and for no reason, at least none that I had noticed. Planned to kill him? Then, fearing for his life as I am, he got a bat to protect himself and carried it around every day to practice his swing? Then one day, suddenly, he transferred. My blood went cold, causing a prickling sensation to course through my veins. Starting near my heart, irradiated outwards from the top of my head to the soles of my feet, chilling every part of me without recourse. What does she mean by transfer? What does she mean by transfer? Was Satoshi still at wherever he transferred to? Was he the only one who would be able to understand me? Would he be able to tell me why it ended up like this? More importantly, where did he transfer to? What does she mean by transfer? What does she mean by transfer? Before I knew it, I was at my front door. The frigid knob was hard to turn. Was nobody home? It wasn't that odd of an occurrence. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the single key attached to my fur seal keychain. I stepped into the entryway. Just as I was about to take off my shoes, a chill ran down my spine. Someone had entered right behind me, like a classmate messing around, standing right up against my back. You're kidding, right? It had to be in my imagination. Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone to be able to hide their presence within my personal space all the way through the door. But there was undoubtedly someone behind me. Hey now, Keiichi. How do you know they're there even though they're behind you? Because I could hear the sound of flowing hair. There's no other reason. I heard that sound. That was the presence. Because I could hear the sound of them blinking. Keiichi Maebara, there's no way you could hear that. It was mostly instinct than anything else that was warning me of that presence. Common sense was telling me that it was just my imagination. It was just my imagination. There was nobody behind me. I began to erase the mental image of an eerie figure standing behind me. But at the same time, I asked myself, if there was nobody, then what was I feeling? As an uncomfortable sensation crawled up my spine. Actually, wouldn't it be better if there was somebody there? If there was nobody there when you turned around, would you be able to accept that? I'd be able to answer all those questions just by looking behind me, but I didn't have enough courage to even do that simple task. Alright, I could try speaking to them. The person behind me might answer me. It was a random thought. I didn't care how I went about it, just so long as I didn't have to turn around. If I had calmed down and thought about it, I would have known that wouldn't have solved anything. Who is it? I spoke in such a hoarse, broken voice that I couldn't believe it was my own. I could almost feel them contemplating their response. I felt it. There's no way I should be able to do that. Calm down, Keiichi. It's all in your head. That time, I was certain I heard it. As if hesitantly trying to answer my inquiry, I was certain I could hear the sound of somebody inhaling. I heard it. I heard it clearly. It was a girl. A young girl. I didn't know who, but a tiny speck of courage in me, however reckless it was. Hiccup, why? Inspired a primal yet fitting solution to this current predicament. A scream. All the force in my body released from my lungs and through my throat, ceasing all thought processes in my head. Suppressing all my thoughts and emotions, I began to collapse like a house of cards, somehow managing to twist my body and look back as I did so. It was definitely there. Right there. Somebody was there. Until the moment I turned around, until I brought the area behind me into my field of vision. They were definitely there. Falling face up, my eyes traced the remnants of the presence suspended in the empty space. It couldn't be. They were invisible. They looked like they weren't there. But were they actually still standing there? As I screamed, all the emotions I was holding back burst free in a violent wave. However, I was decidedly calm as my emotional dam collapsed. The turbulent wave of pent-up emotions was skillfully diverted into a torrent of aggression. That emotion was definitely required to extricate myself from the bizarre situation happening right in front of me. In my state of heightened lucidity, I entrusted my body to the fury. The metal bat held firm in my right hand as if drawn there by a magnet. A mid-level sweep would be the hardest attack to dodge. I remembered reading something like that from a book about swordsmanship or something. Rah! I brandished my will to fight. The after image of that small agglomeration of metal flashed as it swung from left to right, beating against the entryway. The bat slammed into the right wall, the tip rebounding violently. Very calmly, I transferred the force into the rebound into the sweep to the left. The door of the shoe cupboard was split into pieces. The two swings whiffed through the empty space, but they seemed to have great psychological impact on the enemy. I could feel the panic emanating from that space. The tech wasn't the only thing required. I extracted the bat from the cupboard it was embedded in and screamed as I spun my entire body around in a large arc. Rah! My screams shook the air, imbuing my ferocious swing with even more destructive power. Crack! Without mercy or restraint, my violent strike, with certainly fatal force behind it, shattered the top of the cupboard. None of my attacks struck the enemy, but my ferocity had certainly seemed to impact them. Breathing heavily, my entire body soaked in sweat, the invisible enemy, there, but not there, dispersed. When I was certain that the enemy had retreated, I locked the front door and latched the chain. No way. Had it only feigned retreat and was now inside my house? Once again, I channeled my aggression and searched the house for the presence, but it was gone. I had succeeded in fending it off. At that moment, the tension drained from my body and I let out a deep sigh of relief. All the emotions I'd been holding back chaotically merged together and began to flood out. A hodgepodge of fear, accomplishment, and disbelief all mixed together and began to flow through my body. Unable to deal with each individual feeling, I breathed them all back with the strongest exhaustion. Even in this moment, I remained composed. After checking that all the doors throughout the house were locked, I went up to my room on the second floor and closed the curtains. I straightened my back and tilted my head back a little. After clearing my mind all the idle thoughts, I managed to calm down even more. What was that at the front door? That was blah blah blah. There was definitely something there. Keiichi, slowly losing it, but takes the time to use the word hodgepodge. I mean, yeah, it'd be that way sometimes. Thinking about it, maybe it was an apparition I dreamt up in my confused state, but I really didn't think that was the case. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Compose yourself. But no matter how calmly I thought about it, what just happened wasn't a figment of my imagination. It was obviously a supernatural phenomenon, and without a doubt, something was behind me. It wasn't some sort of illusion I saw amidst my confusion and disorientation. Proof? I just had one piece. When I asked, "Who is it?" they inhaled as if they were about to answer. That sound had clearly reached my ears. The situation I was in right now was still unclear. Either I had been possessed by the supernatural phenomenon known as the Yashiro-sama's curse, or this was a ruse by the villagers who believed in it or were imitating it. Either way, their motives were unclear. The roundabout way it had been done was also still a mystery. If it was perpetuated by humans, that would mean admitting that it was Rena and the rest of them doing it. But it would be unsolvable. Blah blah blah. But it would be solvable. Freaking hell. Oishi-san and the rest of the police would surely arrest my enemy. But if it was a manifestation of Yashiro-sama's curse, I wondered what would happen. Oishi-san was very clearly declared that curses didn't exist. At that time, those words were pretty dependable, but as things were now, with the rising possibility that the perpetrators were not human, he suddenly seemed quite unreliable. If I told Oishi-san that this was the work of a Yashiro-sama's curse, what would happen? I couldn't imagine his reaction, but it would go without question that a void would expand rapidly between myself and Oishi-san. With me having so few allies to begin with, and not being able to confidently declare whether or not this was a curse or not, there's no merit to doing that. I better keep the facts of what just happened as at the doorway to myself. It would be better if I didn't add what happened here to the memo behind the clock. There was still an ever so slightly possibility that I was actually confused with, and I heard blah blah blah. I was actually confused with when I thought I was composed, and I was just going berserk in the entryway. How wonderful would that be if that was really happened? I would be able to refute Yashiro-sama's curse. But if I denied Yashiro-sama's curse, then that would mean admitting that Rena and the rest were the perpetrators. If I said that Rena and the rest weren't the perpetrators, then that would mean believing in Yashiro-sama's curse. By denying both of those, I'd be admitting that I myself was losing it. Could be all of the above. The three options from which I couldn't choose became a trilemma of sorts. They mixed together and formed a whirlpool in my mind, making my head spin. Once again, I stared at myself and leaned my head back slightly to cool myself down. Calm down, Keiichi. Accept what has happened as reality. Stop thinking of anything more than that. But I couldn't help but think of it. How wonderful it would be if it turned out I was delirious and everything until now was a figment of my imagination. Yashiro-sama's curse wouldn't exist, and I would still be bestest buddies with Rena and the rest. I would have to be crazy. That was the first time in my life that I wished for such a thing. Oh boy, a phone call. The phone rang noisily downstairs. Generally, there were no calls from me, so I never really answered the phone much. But since my parents weren't here, I had no choice. I scrambled off the bed and went downstairs. Hello, this is the Maibata residence. Keiichi, this is Mom. I intuitively had a bad feeling about this. It was because I thought she was going to ask me to go out and buy some things. So I took the initiative. But I don't mind having just instant noodles for dinner. There's still a lot of them. The other day we went out as a family and bought a whole case of cup noodles. I wanted to get a bunch of different kinds actually, but they refused since the individual packs were expensive. So instead I got a whole case of the mega-sized pork, bone, and ginger flavored ones I liked. But my parents don't like strong flavors and didn't touch any of them, so the cupboards were still full of them. So you see, there really isn't a need to go shopping, right? Keiichi, I'm not asking you to go shopping. Both Mommy and Daddy have to go to Tokyo right now because of work. Huh? Right now? This was really abrupt. No, we're already here. We left this afternoon. It's quite a distance to Tokyo from Hinamizawa. Ah, fuck, that flavored ramen sounds good. I mean, you two can have fun envisioning it. I don't eat pork, so it's not appealing to me at all. Gunning at full speed down the highway would still take 6 hours. Dad has a license, but since he doesn't like the highway, they likely took the train. It would have taken longer. I'm thinking you might understand since you heard us speaking last night, but it has to do with Daddy's contract. Right now things aren't going so smoothly. Keiichi goes on a whole tangent about noodles. His mom, you don't need to go shopping, basically. Now that she mentioned it, I did remember that they talked all the time about how his job prospects weren't looking so good. Daddy is really sensitive about things like this, so if we leave things as they are, it will affect his work. Part of my father's particularly fragile artistic personality, his emotions changed as easily as the fall sky. You could also say he just couldn't take criticism. But something like that can be done over the phone. Keiichi, this is your father's job, so can you support him a bit, please? Anyway, it's just faster to talk about it in person, so there wouldn't be any misunderstandings. As their son, there was nothing more I could say once they started talking about work. So we'll be back tomorrow night. Keiichi, will you be fine on your own? I have a sneaking suspicion that Keiichi's parents get murked. Um, not quite. It's not like I'll die or anything. Keiichi, you shouldn't speak so lightly of dying. If there's something troubling you, just talk to us. I believe Mommy will be able to help out. Not sure about that one, sweetie. Yesterday I did bring up if I died rather abruptly, so I suppose they were a little worried. But really, I was more depressed by the fact that nothing would be solved by telling them. But I didn't plan on dying. At least not while I still knew nothing. I would never allow it. I don't think you get much of a choice in this, Keiichi. I won't die. I won't. I'll survive even if I have to gnaw my leg off. What are you gonna do? Stab me? Stab victim? Yeah. See you then. Tomorrow morning. Make sure to wake up. And eat your breakfast. And don't forget to take a bath and brush your teeth. Yeah, see you. The call ended like that. Sometimes my parents went off to Tokyo for business meetings. But Tokyo was far away. They normally did things by phone. The times they did go were normally planned out in advance. It never happened this suddenly. I couldn't say that those circumstances didn't feel strange, or rather, unnatural. Anyway, I only need to recognize the reality of the situation. That tonight, I was the only one in the house. That when my parents come back from work, I had to be gone. Missing. Vanished. Looking back on the series of events of the previous 5 years involving Yashiro-sama's curse, it wouldn't seem that strange at all. Come to think of it, it was getting pretty late. I didn't think it was so good that the only light on the whole house was from my room on the second floor. It was the same as the broadcasting to the enemy that my parents were gone and this was their chance. First I ran to the living room, flicked on the lights, and turned on the TV onto a reassuring volume. Next was the study. I similarly turned on the lights and some music. With this, from the outside, it would look like my parents were here. Once again, I went through the house, checking to see if there was anything left unlocked. When I saw the veranda and the laundry still hanging out there, I went pale. That would have made it too obvious. I needed to take it down. I snatched down the laundry haphazardly and erased all traces that my mother wasn't there. It should be fine now. Ah, the garage. They hadn't gone all the way to Tokyo by car, but they had gone to Okinomiya station. The garage was empty, wide open, and in plain sight. This is not good. I panicked and rushed out to the back to close the normally open garage door. It should be fine now. Ah, I needed to get the paper. Mom always got the paper. Since they left in the afternoon, the evening paper was still out there. My premonition was correct. I pulled out everything from the mailbox and dropped it in the entryway. With this, for sure this time, it should be fine. Come to think of it, leaving the cupboard busted like that from my little freakout was kind of bad. I'll just say I tripped and fell and the bat I was holding smashed into it. Even so, just leaving it in its current state wasn't good. I should clean it up a little before Mom got back and scolded me. I remember there was a broom and dustpan in the closet. As I was going to get them, the phone rang once again. Hello, this is the Maibara residence. Oh, is this Keiichi-kun? Is your mother around? She isn't here at the moment. You idiot, Keiichi Maibara. Don't reveal that your parents are gone. You can follow up still. Calm down and take care of it. I think she'll be back soon. This wasn't a good response either. Now they might say they'll call again or tell her to call them when she comes back. Then that's fine. It wasn't anything important. Well then, sorry for the bother. The scenario I feared didn't play out, eliciting a sigh of relief. That call was fortunate in more ways than one. I'd have to deal with more telephone calls coming in from my parents tonight. I was somehow able to deal with a phone call just now, but I couldn't continue to rely on such poor improvisation. I needed to make up a good story to explain that my parents were home but couldn't answer the phone at the moment. They were making tempura and couldn't step away right now. That wasn't good enough. They were sick and went to bed because they weren't feeling well. Was that gonna be safe enough? I was thinking about it on the way back to my room when the phone rang once again. It was like they were calling because they knew I was going to lie. I didn't want to pick up, but I knew I had to. They suspect my parents weren't here. I should have just taken the phone off the hook under the pretense that I didn't realize that it was. But since the phone rang, I had to pick it up. I prepared myself and lifted up the receiver. Hello? I stopped announcing that this was the Mayabara residence. I had no reason to be kind to someone I didn't know the identity of. But unlike my uncouth voice, the person on the other side sounded goofy and lighthearted. Hello, my apologies for calling so late. This is Oishi from the Wakinimiya bookstore. Oishi-san? Is that you, Mayabara-san? Good evening. Good to hear you're doing well, for now. Wait just a moment, please. I grabbed the portable handset and rushed up to my room with it. It was the same no matter where I was since there was no one else home. But I wanted to be in a spot that felt a bit safer when speaking on the phone with Oishi-san, not to the phone. Sorry for the wait. How are things? Anything changed since then? Since then? When was that exactly? There was something about the brazen way he talked that rubbed me the wrong way. The last time I spoke with Oishi-san was 2 days ago. The day I stayed home from school, I met Oishi-san on the way back from the hospital, and we headed into town for lunch and had a talk. Then after that, Rena and Mion came to check up on me. Whenever I spoke with Oishi-san, they always knew about it. It was like that since the first time I met him. Today's phone call may well be found out by them as well. Hello? Can you hear me, Mayabara-san? Huh? Ah, sorry. What did you say? I asked if anything's changed since last time. There wasn't an answer, so I got a bit worried. Not really. The words stopped in my throat. There was a ton of stuff that happened. All of it baffling. What should I talk about? I didn't understand any of it, but I should try asking. If I didn't ask now, I may never have another chance. This night, when my parents weren't home, I had no guarantees I would make it through the night safely after all. Well, Oishi-san, it seems that someone is after me. Really? It could all just be a coincidence, but that day I missed school when I was sick. The two of them came to check on me. Which two? Rena and Mion. They started asking about how I had lunch with you. What next? They left me some mochi when they came to visit, but there was a needle inside. Fortunately, I somehow didn't swallow it. I wonder, could that have just been a threat? About the needle. It was just one of those common sewing needles you'd see all the time. There was a hole to thread string through. Not that, Mayabara-san. The needle itself. That's evidence. It could be used as proof that they threatened you. Where is that needle? Something tells me that he doesn't know, and my mouse died on me, didn't it? Oh, there it is. Just having a moment. That's it! I dropped the receiver and rushed downstairs. When I tossed the mochi, I had overlooked it out of terror, but that needle was a valuable piece of evidence. I had certainly thrown the mochi and needle at the wall together. If it was there, then it would be in the on the living room wall. But my prudent mother had cleaned that living room wall, and there was not a trace of mochi left on it. Could it be that it dropped in the gap between the wall and the carpet? I frantically searched by running my palm along the carpet, but nothing turned up. I tried moving around the sofa and desk, pulling up the carpet, then flapping it around. But I couldn't find the needle. Did my mom clean up everything without noticing it? It was just 2 days ago. I didn't know what day they collected the burnable trash, but it still may be in the trash bin in the kitchen. I rushed into the kitchen, opened up the lid of the pail and poured out the contents. But even at a glance, I could tell that it would be incredibly difficult to find a needle in this pile of trash. I was looking for a needle in a trash stack. I know, I'll try running my hand through it. It was a bit gross, but I was looking for a needle. If I felt a small prick, then I'd find it. It was a pretty tactless method, but it was the quickest. I held my breath and started striking the pile of trash with my hand. Filth flew about. There was nothing more disgusting than this, but it was not the time to be concerned about such details. I continued on for a while, but nothing turned up. I wanted to search more thoroughly, but I was still on the phone. I shouldn't keep Oishi-san waiting for too long. Later, when Mom got back, I'd have to ask her if there was a needle. God damn it, he made the finding a needle check before me. I hastily began scribbling on the notepad affixed to the refrigerator with a magnet. Where was there a needle? I scrawled the words with a red pen. Then I dashed back up to the stairs where I'd been keeping Oishi-san waiting for far too long. Hello? How did it go? Keiichi, what the fuck? Be careful, don't get stabbed by the hecking needle. He is a little out of it. I couldn't find it. I was really overwhelmed back then, and I see. It'd be great if you could find it. Keep it safe. That's right, the needle wasn't the only incident. I had to tell him about this morning with the hit and run. Also, Oishi-san, that isn't all. Actually, this morning, that van was definitely aiming for me. I could say that without question due to the circumstances at that time. Did you see the license plate? I could search for it from here. Damn! I just flipped out yelling at him back then, but I didn't look at the plate. What failures on my part with the needle and the plate number? I was so focused on just protecting myself that I let some of the most important details slip out of my grasp. I punched my pillow, annoyed at how worthless I was. I'm sorry. I don't know much more than it was a white van. Nothing to fret about, Mayabata-san. Anyone would be shaken up after being hit. I guess all of this really isn't a coincidence, is it? Oishi-san started to hem and haw over the other end. I can imagine him folding his arms. Also, Rena's acting strange. How so? What Rena said on the way home today, asking why I was so much like Satoshi-kun. Now I could say it with confidence. The Rena knew what happened to Satoshi. She knew there was more to it than him just simply disappearing. Rena knows. She knows something regarding what happened to Satoshi, the kid who was demoned away last year. What would that be exactly? Rena said I was the same as Satoshi. Could you imagine if this ended with him just being paranoid, pricking himself with the dirty needle and managing to die of an infection with that? It'd be anticlimactic, for sure. She said something to the effect that the way things are going, I'll end up with the same fate as Satoshi. Fate, you say? Exactly what kind of fate did she say would befall you? Transferring out, she said. Transferring out? Rena says that Satoshi transferred out. So, given how things are going with me, I'll transfer out too. Yoshi-san let out a stern sigh and then grumbled loudly. Mayabata-san, that was probably some sort of threat. Or maybe some type of warning. I thought so too. At that point, I started to think. Would it be prudent to sum up everything that had happened up until now as the machinations of some human perpetrator? Other than the theory of it being Rena and the others, I was left with the Yashiro-sama's curse actually existing as the only other explanation. Of course, I can't tell that to Oishi-san. Except, Rena's strange behavior could be proof of either scenarios. Whether it was the Yashiro-sama's curse being real or everything being part of a conspiracy committed by all of the villagers, Rena was involved. Rena had to know something. Rena was suspicious. What exactly was Rena? I couldn't help but think she was somehow involved with the prior string of mysterious deaths. I seem to recall that Oishi-san had admitted that he had dug into Rena's past a little. He was probably just downplaying it when he said a little, meaning he had actually dug pretty deep most likely. I wanted to hear about Rena. Rena sus. I wanted to know about what happened at her previous school. Among other things that were still unknown to me, if Rena was someone I should suspect. No, not that. I wanted to know the truth. Tonight, I was alone in this huge house. Even though I said I couldn't count on them, I had lost the security I felt I had just by my parents being around. I wasn't like the It wasn't like this house was some sort of fortress or castle. If a malicious person decided to use brute force, they'd easily gain entry. There was no other residence close to the Maibara residence. No one would be able to hear anything, no matter how loud it was. I never felt as much resentment toward my father's artistic temperament and the fact that he had this house built in such a remote location as I did right now. I wondered if I would still be here by tomorrow morning. So I had to ask, right now, because I had no idea when the next chance would come. Oishi-san, I have something I wanted to ask you about. Blah, blah, blah. Please don't keep anything from me. Sure, ask away. Even though he was so far away on the other end of the line, this was the most reliable he had ever felt. I wanted to ask about Rena, but what happened at her previous school. Actually, regarding Rena's... I noticed a sound that had been going on for a while now. Since I was so focused on the call, I hadn't paid attention to it at first, but I finally realized it was the doorbell. The time was 7 o'clock. It was past the time the postman would be making a delivery, and past any sensible time for a neighbor to be visiting. Is it past the time for whatever. I considered just acting like nobody was home, but that wouldn't be good. That would ruin all the work I put into making it look like my parents were home. I needed to answer the door. Hello, my Maibara-san. Sorry, someone seems to be at the door. I'm gonna go see who it is. Blah, 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 blah. I guess. I see, my apologies. Should we end this phone call now? That would be a problem. No, I'll be back in a second. Do you mind if I just leave the phone on? It's fine, I don't mind. I dropped the handset on my bed and dashed down to the door. I needed to make up a good excuse to get them to leave. I had a hunch it was the lady who called right before Oishi-san did. In which case it would be one of the neighbors who's friends with my mom. I'll just say my mom isn't feeling well and went to bed early. That would be the easiest option. It'd be hard for her to not ask me about to blah 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 blah. It'd be hard for her to ask me to wake my mom up if she's not feeling well. The bell continued to ring at regular intervals. If someone didn't answer even after you rang the bell so much, you'd normally give up and go home, wouldn't you? Without removing the chain, I opened the door slightly and peered out at the visitor. A chill ran down my spine. I knew it. Somewhere deep inside, I had prepared for this moment. I tried to escape by imagining it with the easiest person to deal with, one of my mom's friends. Good evening. Rena. There shouldn't be any reason for Rena to come over at this hour. The timing also made me feel uneasy, because it was just as I was about to ask Oishi-san about Rena. I wish I could have chalked this up to mere coincidence, but those unsettling words from Neon several days ago echoed back to me. There's nothing this old man doesn't know. Are you alone, Rena? Yeah. It seems that Mion wasn't with her. But that didn't change the situation at all. Why did you come here? Hey, Katie-kun. I'd like you to open the door so we can talk. Can I come inside? I wonder. It was true that speaking through a chained door wasn't the right way to talk to a classmate. But at my house, the chain has to be on at night. Don't worry about it. Then it can't be helped, I guess. Rena pouted rather sadly. But she kept smiling at least, and her effort to keep that smile was quite pitiful. Even though she was tugging at my heartstrings, I didn't lower my guard. As long as I stayed like this, even if it made my heart ache, my life wasn't in danger. What I really feared, more than the possibility that hoodlums would assault me if I removed the chain, was trusting Greta enough to remove the chain and having my friendship betrayed. As long as the chain wasn't unlatched, even if it made my heart ache, I wouldn't have to deal with being betrayed by Rena. Since it didn't seem like I'd removed the chain from her silent urging, she appeared to give up on trying to get into the entranceway. Have you eaten yet, Keiichi-kun? No, I haven't eaten. Since my mom wasn't there, dinner wouldn't be ready no matter how long I waited. I laid down when I got home, was woken up by the phone, and didn't have a chance to eat since I used up all that time talking. I was going to have a cup of noodles in any case. I could just eat one whenever I wanted to. No, not yet. What about it? Then good. Look here. I brought a bunch of dishes. Then I held out a stack of boxes wrapped in a cloth. If I could use your kitchen, I could heat the miso soup and other stuff. It's fine, you don't need to do that. But there's a lot of tofu and vegetables in it. Does Keiichi-kun not like that type of stuff? I wonder. There's no way I wouldn't like that. I love miso soup with lots of ingredients. White radish, carrots, burdock root, and potatoes. Dense and fibrous fruit vegetables. Yeah, that miso soup looks incredible. I also brought rice, so if you microwave it, you can eat it really quickly. Without a doubt, rice needs miso soup. Stuffing rice between your gullet, sipping miso soup in between ravenous bites. Oh yes, how wonderful it is to be born Japanese. Also, I made some more pickles. I made sansai pickles this time. Before I had moved here to Hinamizawa, I scoffed at the mountain vegetables called sansai. But I was captivated by their charm the first time I tried them. Such a deep yet light flavor. The vegetables from the supermarket were tasteless and bland compared to these. If you had to describe them, then they were the vegetables for the uninitiated. To become an expert such as myself, you first had to partake of sansai. It was common knowledge around here that the Ryugu family traditional pickles were wonderfully delicious. No matter what kind of pickles they were, they'd go so well with that fluffy white rice. And also, but wait, there's more. So delicious. It just seems so delicious. Farewell to my unhealthy self who said he'd make do with cup noodles. Rena appeared to be in good spirits, and she was offering such a delicious-sounding dinner. The stress evaporated from my gut, and hunger reared its voracious head. At the same time, my wariness of Rena suddenly dwindled. Rena did say she was alone, and it shouldn't be a problem letting her inside. Though the possibility that I was laced with poison still hadn't been ruled out. At that moment, a cold chill ran down my spine once again. I couldn't understand why such a sensation had occurred just then. But the voice inside me was sounding the alarm. This happy Rena speaking of this charming dinner was dependent on one premise. And that premise was that tonight, dinner hadn't been made at my house. Meaning it was under the assumption that my mom, who should be making it, wasn't here. At any normal household, 7 o'clock would be around the middle of dinner time. If my mom were here, we'd be eating dinner around this time as well. The fact that she brought over all the makings of a meal at this time was inherently strange. Unless she knew. Rena, did she know my parents weren't home? But there's also the chance that this was just a bluff. I had turned on the lights and a bunch of other stuff to make sure it seemed like my parents were here. There was a chance that Rena was unsure if my parents were home. But I had to wonder. The laundry, the garage, the evening paper. There were plenty of signs of them both being hastily tidied up. It was hard to say that Rena didn't have a chance to determine if my parents were here or not. But there was no reason for me to confess that right now. I should try holding on to that fact as long as I could. First of all, the chain was still latched up. As long as I didn't take it off, Rena wouldn't be able to do anything to me. I'm quite grateful, but dinner will be ready pretty soon. Huh? Is that so? Is that so? I know you went through all the effort and everything, but, well, unable to think of a good way to refuse, my words trailed off weakly. But some of this could work as side dishes, I think. I'm sorry, we have more than enough already. My mom always makes quite a few sides, so... Huh? You have side dishes? With a smile that bordered on a cringe, I dodged her questions apologetically. But the feeling I tried to ignore began creeping up on my back again. I spoke as if my mom was setting down dinner right now, but it didn't mesh well with what Rena was saying. Rena was talking as if she was aware of some obvious fact, and that I was aware of it as well. So Keiichi-kun could cook. What did you make, I wonder? No, it's not that Rena had assumed out of nowhere that I had made the dishes. No, not so much that I made them, but rather that my mom hadn't. Did you really make them? The side dishes? Did you, Keiichi-kun? It wasn't me who made them. My mom did. No, she's making them. Right now. So you see, I'm sorry, but I can't eat what you brought. Wrong voice in the middle of that. Whoops. Rena fell silent at the moment. At that moment, I felt that the light had suddenly disappeared from her eyes. How about I try guessing what Keiichi-kun's dinner will be? It doesn't matter what I'm going to eat. Let's see. The conversation might appear natural at first glance, but Rena was firmly in control. I felt like I was being interrogated. Your dinner, I wonder, is it something that can be made with just hot water? Hey now, stop with the insults. I can't believe you'd belittle my mom's extravagant dinner like that. Tickets sold out, full capacity already. It's that amazing. I tried my best to put on a strong front, but I couldn't grip my teeth quite right. So instead, I looked like someone who's borderline hysterical. You are someone that's borderline hysterical. This stuff makes me feel so tense. I mean, that is the point. But Rena showed no reaction whatsoever, even to that silliness. Same, it's great. Yep, that is the point, like I said. Keiichi-kun, did your mother really leave you dinner? No, you see, she didn't leave me dinner. She's making it right now. It's almost time for dinner. You are... yes, you're about to say what I also said. Excellent. Rena had taken that assertion of mine, that my mother was home and making dinner right now, and was completely ignoring it. I could tell that the more I panicked, the colder Rena became. Hey, Keiichi-kun. At that moment, an uncomfortable chill crept in from the blah 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 in from the gap in the doorway. Is your mom home? I wonder. I couldn't keep up this charade anymore. Rena, she knew full well that my parents weren't home, but I'd come too far to admit that now. Anyway, my parents were here, and we'd be having dinner soon. That was the situation I had concocted. So I answered. I told her she was here. She's here, of course. I could feel the humidity drying out from the surrounding air. Rena's eyes were becoming even more frigid, piercing me with their glare? What the gillid? Why? Huh? What do you mean? I tried acting casual, but the facade was turned off me the instant I looked into Rena's eyes. That look informed me of Rena's response faster than she could open her mouth. Why have you been lying to me? I wonder. That's a new word for me too. Excellent, we're all learning here. I'm not lying. That's a lie, isn't it? It's not a lie. Lies! Rena's outburst sent a jolt surging through my body. Ren and I were still separated by what few inches that slightly ajar but still chained door could afford, rather. Gelid? Yeah, icy or extremely cold. I see. So more of the same. But despite that, I was still being cornered. I'm glad you both are able to dictionary. My house, which I considered a safe haven until now, had become more like a dark alleyway where no one could save me. Shall I guess your dinner, Keiichi-kun? Let's see. I knew now that Rena had already known that my parents would not be here tonight. But it was still so strange that it had come to this. Even if she somehow knew that my parents weren't home, there's no way she would be able to guess what I'd be eating tonight. But Rena said she'd guess. How could she guess it? How could she know it was instant cup noodles? That's right, isn't it? That I was going to eat. Wait. The cooking repertoire of a man who can't do housework is probably nothing but cup noodles after all. Looking at this the blah blah blah. Looking at this why am I words? Looking at this statistically, it was the most probable answer. Fucking hell. That didn't mean she was guessing. I don't think you'd be fooled with just noodles. I think having rice and stuff would definitely hit the spot. Calm down, Keiichi Mayabata. This was just coincidence. Rena was just reading certain tells of mine. So the fact that she was inferring what I was thinking alarmed me. But it wasn't as if she was actually reading my mind. Or was she? If it was being read, then she was the demon. No, not a demon. Things like that. They couldn't possibly exist. Do you like them? Do you mean noodles? No. A censored word. What could our 7-lettered censor word be? Keiichi does overthink everything. I have no idea what that censored word could be. Noodles is too long. Where is it? Maybe it is noodles. I don't fucking know. Rena indicated that the point my answer was addressing was wrong. Her rebuttal was so short that I momentarily didn't understand the words Rena had spoken. So sorry, Rena. What did you say just now? Huh? About what? Just now, you asked me if there was something that I liked, didn't you? It wasn't long before I regretted how carelessly I pushed forward with that question. It wasn't such a simple answer. That was why I wasn't able to comprehend it. Pork bone and ginger flavor. I wondered how I appeared in the moments my mind went completely blank until the moment I was able to recover. As my field of view began to distort, slowly swirling in a counterclockwise direction, I lost all sense of balance. Why do you know that? I didn't even deny it. That was the type of frenzied state I was in. How could Rena know even this? Not even caring as I mashed my head against the door, I fixated my gaze on Rena. But she didn't even flinch when she saw me do that. I certainly did buy them. I bought a bunch at once. I bought a whole case. How could you know that? Why, I wonder. Quite strange, isn't it? Isn't it? How could you dodge the question at a time like this? The chain and the door suddenly were no longer protecting me. How do you know? Why do you know? Answer me. You bought them at 7th Mart, didn't you? A shiver ran up my spine. I tried covering it up with an angry facade. Like I said, why do you know that? I was behind you, following you the whole time. But what are you saying? When she smiles with the dead eyes, yikers. Indeed. I couldn't understand why she was saying she'd been following me all this time. That's because Rena was right behind Keiichi-kun's back the whole time. Like that night. That night I was absorbed in my phone conversation with Oishi-san. I didn't even sense her being there, standing behind the door, behind me, standing there, just like that. When Keiichi was picking out the noodles, I was watching the entire time. You picked out so many different flavors, didn't you? Then your mom got angry. If you were going to pick the expensive ones, then you should just pick one type, she said. Then Keiichi-kun picked out that big box of pork bone and ginger flavor that he loved so much, didn't he? I like it too, pork bone noodles, but I can never eat a whole big bowl myself. My brain was paralyzed, dulling my senses. It might have been a defense mechanism to diminish the fear I was feeling to non-traumatizing levels. But the fear being diminished, the fog enveloping my mind was cleared away. Then, I could understand what Rena was saying, and started to put meaning behind her words. Even so, my fear hadn't subsided completely. It was like I was standing at the edge of a cliff, eyes closed so I didn't have to look down. I didn't actually solve any of the basic problems. I slowly took a step backwards, and as I withdrew, Rena advanced. I watched a lot of the infamous moments from the first anime, thanks to top 10 gory moment compilations in middle and high school, and the dead eye look is still more nerve-wracking for me. Yeah. So Keiichi-kun. Nerve, not nerver. Nerver isn't a word. I didn't even notice that you had that extra R there. I'm great. Nerver could be a word if you're creative enough. So Keiichi-kun, can you open this? Can we eat dinner together? I'm sure it's going to be delicious, so, okay? Nana's pale, slender fingers squirmed through the crack in the door one at a time. Ow. As if they had a mind of their own, rattling the chain. Oh god, the way her hands moved up. Did her hands move up in the model? Or Sprite, rather? I didn't notice. If she had unlatched the chain from the door, a feeling of terror would have just exploded within me. But Rena didn't do that. She was simply imploring me to remove the chain. She was doing her hardest to light the fuse to powder keg in my heart. That was all sorts of wrong. She was doing her hardest to light the fuse to the powder keg in my heart. Turns out that nerver is in fact a word. Amazing. Uncannily related to. Also more amazing. Trying again and again. Clatter, clatter. But it doesn't light. It doesn't light. Archaic and formal is something that gives one courage, especially in alcoholic drink. I see. Open up, Keiichi-kun. But please go away. I beg you, please go away. How can you say something so mean? I wonder. Kana. Please go away. Go away. Go away. The powder keg inside me finally went off. No smoldering. It just exploded. I tackled the door. The force through the door had knocked Rena momentarily off balance. Akate, Keiichi-kun. I couldn't hesitate here. I grabbed onto the doorknob with both hands, planted my feet firmly, and pulled with all my might. Bat time? Maybe. But that slamming sound I so desired didn't happen. I could feel a tiny disturbing bit of resistance keeping the door from closing. And the source of that was Rena's fingers. Each of those fingers wriggling, squirming around to like tendrils of a carnivorous plant through the crack in the doorway. It hurts, Keiichi-kun, it hurts. It wasn't a harsh shriek, but more of a yelp she was trying to keep back. Yeah, the screen is red. Get scared, bitch. Go away, go away, go away! I kept on pulling on the door with all my might. I didn't even realize that if I didn't loosen my pull on the door at least momentarily, Rena wouldn't be able to pull her fingers out, and that was why the door wasn't closing. It really hurts, Keiichi-kun. I'm sorry if I was messing around too much. Ugh. I didn't care one bit for her apology. No matter how much she apologized, it didn't change any of what she had done up until now. Didn't change anything. It hurts. It hurts. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go away. Go away. Go away. Rena couldn't leave even if she wanted to because I trapped her fingers. Rena's white fingers had become deep red and were no longer even squirming. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go away. Go away. Go away. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Rena's apologies were occasionally twisted with pain, but like a broken record, she was intent on repeating it over and over. Go away, go away, go away. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. I pulled on the door even harder. Finally, Rena's fingers were somehow able to slip out from the imprisonment in the doorway. The moment that happened, the door closed soundly, and I could hear the thud of Rena falling on her butt on the other side. I locked the door immediately. It made a loud clunk, voicing my rejection to Rena. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Keiichi-kun, I'm sorry. Open up, Keiichi-kun. Rena leaned against the door, apologizing profusely and nothing else. After confirming that I was sufficiently sealed off from her, I trudged away from the entryway. On the other side, I could still hear Rena echoing her apology. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Those pitiful words. They'd be forever seeking my forgiveness. I didn't feel bad about this at all. But that wasn't out of any sort of malice. I just felt a sort of hazy sense of relief that I was able to escape from Rena. Before Mion had threatened me at this doorway, saying there was nothing she didn't know. And just now, at the same place, Rena told me the same thing. My feeble attempts to disguise the fact that my parents weren't home had served no purpose from the start. I should have just pretended to be out and not even opened the door. My meager plans hadn't helped at all. In Hinamizawa, it was impossible to outwit them. Even though I was on the other side of the door, I wanted to get as far away from Rena as possible. One step, two steps. With each one, her sniveling apologies became more distant. I sprinted up the stairs and dove into my room. As you would expect, I was finally no longer able to hear Rena repeating her endless apology. Diving into my bed, I was startled by the hard lump I felt. There was something in my bed? The phone, you dummy. It was the receiver. I finally remembered. I was in the middle of a call with Oishi-san. Looking at the clock, apparently not much time had passed since I went downdoors. Downdoors? The fuck? Downstairs? Could it be that my clock had run out of batteries? I had talked with Rena for so long, how did almost no time pass? But the hand of the clock was ticking forward 1 second every second as usual. As I put the still warm receiver to my ear, time, which felt frozen, began moving once again. Hello? Oishi-san? Sorry to keep you waiting. No, not at all. I didn't wait that long. It became apparent that the amount of time that had passed between myself and Oishi-san was different. Over the phone, I could hear an energetic voice from a sports program or something. It drove home how far away Oishi-san really was. Rena came just now. Did she come to play? I wasn't confident that I could coherently explain the situation to Oishi-san. But I didn't need to right now. Right now I needed to know about Rena. That's right, I was planning to ask Oishi-san more about Rena, but Rena's little visit had interrupted the conversation. What was true and what was false, I couldn't tell. The one thing I knew was that the single grim reality that Rena was... No. The one thing I knew was the single grim reality that Rena was suspicious. I might be able to figure something out if I asked Oishi-san about her. Up until now, I regretted it whenever I forced myself to ask about things that I was better off not knowing. But looking at it that way, you could say I'd hit rock bottom. There was no possible way I could feel any more regret than I did now. Rena's sus. No, rather, I wanted to know if there was anything beyond this I would regret more. Forget about tomorrow. It wasn't about the realm of blah 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 blah. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility for something to happen tonight. I wanted to know everything I could. the games club playing Among Us would be a time. I was absolutely not going to die like this. Not without knowing anything, I definitely won't. Regarding Rena Ryugu-san, I did a bit of digging. Yeah, well, it wasn't much. I said that Oshi-san was talking in circles. A bit meant I dug so deep it'd be hard to discuss with you since you're her friend. I want to know everything from your research. I don't think you'll be very interested in what I have to say, though. Oshi-san. I spoke as calmly as possible to Oshi-san. He was continuing to avoid the issue. The Higurashi we didn't know we needed. Stop. And then I said it. I think Rena Ryugu is suspicious. Even if the past incidents were from Oyashiro Sayama's curse, Rena Ryugu is involved. Rena Ryugu's the imposter. What, Keiichi-kun? What do you mean I'm sus? Do you have some sort of proof that makes you believe Rena-san is suspicious? The manner in which Oishi-san spoke became very firm. Do you have some sort of proof? That was him talking as a detective. I only have circumstantial evidence. I see. How? The crewmates are so cute. Want to take them home. I could even tell over the phone how disappointed Oishi-san was. Pulling on the fishing line when he felt a bite, only to reel in the bait, disappointed, but ready to cast the line once more. That's how it seemed. Oishi-san, you can do anything without physical proof, can't you? I got so distracted by reading things as random from you guys in chat that I messed up KT voice. You can't do anything without physical proof, can you? Useless. What I meant was, you can't come and save me without proof. I stuck that barb in there. As Oshi-san loved roundabout ways of saying things, he understood me just fine. I want to take them home. How? Oxygen levels start dipping. It's fine, Mayabata-san. I'll protect you. That was not the least bit reassuring. Oshi-san was just using me to continue his investigation. I was just going to get killed, and my corpse would be an important piece of evidence. That was all I was to him. Whether I am alive or dead may be of no concern to your investigation, but it's all over for me when I die. Oshi-san went silent on the other end of the line. That may have been too blunt, but I didn't really care. All I needed was to relate to Oshi-san was that I was currently in a very dangerous position. So please tell me. Tell me about Rena. Mion calls for an emergency meeting and everyone puts off Keiichi. Satoshi transferred out. Not too far in the future, I'll probably also do what Rena called transferring out as well. But you won't be able to find my corpse. You haven't even been able to find Satoshi's body yet. Alright, Mayabata-san, please calm down. I was already suppressing my agitation even without Oishi-san having to tell me. It wouldn't involve anything if I continued to scream about my mistrust in the police. Hiccups, why? It would seem that I could only depend on myself and the bat Satoshi left behind to protect myself. Yeah. Then I at least wanted to know about what happened before Rena transferred schools. You're aware that this won't be very interesting, right? Oshi-san, finally realizing my resolve couldn't be swayed, finally caved. I am having a fucking time here, man. Right now, to me, there's nothing that I'll find uninteresting. Please. There are a few things I need you to agree to. Okay. Please keep this confidential. Also, part of this may be speculation. There's a thing I was gonna do, but I forgot where things are. Hang on. There it is. Okay, okay. Not all of it may be true. Are you still interested? It might not be true. I don't understand what you mean. There isn't one main investigation for the mysterious chain of deaths in Hinamizawa. Each one is treated as its own individual case. Thus, Rinaryu has never been linked to any of the investigations. Basically, you see, this is an investigation of Rena done by the police, and is a personal inquiry, is what you're telling me? This will make things a lot quicker since you understand. All of it is from either phone calls or meetings and interviews, so they aren't corroborated. I'm asking you to take this with all of a grain of salt, is what I mean. Do we have an agreement? All of it is just from what you heard? Yes, my apologies. It's all personal investigation, you see. That thing. Before you said you saw Rena's chart, didn't you? I'm sure I heard you say that. Oshi-san paused for a moment on the other end of the line. I told you that too? Please pretend you didn't hear anything about that. I didn't care about Oshi-san having certain obligations and responsibilities. I also didn't care if there was no proof. Even if there were just rumors, there's no smoke without fire after all. Please tell me, Oshi-san. Understood. Oshi-san finally opened those tight lips of his. Tit lips. I think that's what I was about to say. It seemed that Rena lived in Hinamizawa a long time ago. She had moved to Ibaraki Prefecture after she finished elementary school. Then, following that, right after transferring, the unfortunate incident with the breaking of the school windows happened. Then Rena confided to the doctor. It was a Yashiro-sama. This was all he knew. There's no smoke without fire. Low smoke point oils would beg to differ. Really, most oils would beg to differ. My. There isn't much difference between what I know and what you know, Mayabata-san. Then what part did you investigate further? I didn't need to ask. It was the incident that happened just after she transferred. The incident Rena was responsible for, and did what she divulged to the doctor afterwards, correct? Yes. After you learned about that, you started suspecting Rena and the others, didn't you? Yes, I did suspect them. So they're the ones after all? No, that's not what I meant. I suspect them. Oshi-san was the type of person to say things with confidence, but these particular words were less than reassuring. Then who do you suspect? That it was the Yashiro-sama. Huh? That Yashiro-sama's curse really exists. Yeah, right, well. Oishi's laugh was quite dry, certainly not the kind that would make you want to join in. Oishi-san resumed the conversation about the dubious circumstance behind Satoshi's disappearance, the course of events up until the start of delving into Rena's past. Just then, there was thunder in the distance, and a heavy rain started pouring down. It came without warning, rain so heavy it felt like it could beat you down. I had left the window in my room open a crack to let the heat out. The violent wind danced into my room, making the curtains flap wildly. What is it? Nothing. It just started raining heavily. Sorry, please continue. I got up while still on the phone and closed the window. I said at the beginning it was an incident, but because neither the school nor the victims filed charges, the police were never involved. So you see, those involved were very reluctant to talk. Regardless of there being a victim who had one eye beaten so badly that it had permanent damage. I couldn't read so good. It could have been the school, or possibly some individual who made arrangements to keep this from going public. Also, the psychologist was very strict about their professional ethics. Hello? Mayabata-san? Can you hear me? There was a figure of a person standing by the light near the mailbox this whole time. Even in this torrential rain, it didn't have an umbrella. They were unquestionably drenched from head to toe. And this shower, which more resembled a waterfall, Droplets of water dripped down from her hair. Just standing there, both arms dangling at her side. In one hand was the stack of boxes wrapped in cloth. Her eyes focused on my room, focused on me as I was about to close the door. Her mouth was methodically repeating a chewing motion. It was as if she had something hard to chew in her mouth, with her cheeks puffing out. What could she be eating over there? Torrential, I see. How could it be that at this time I was more enthralled by Rena, instead of the shocking developments being brought to light by Oishi-san? If it hadn't started raining, I would have gone to the window. I wouldn't have gone to the window. Then I wouldn't have noticed Rena, nor would have I noticed that. Rena's mouth was moving in the same pattern. She wasn't eating something, she was repeating something. What was it? What was she repeating? To me? What was she saying? And why was I right up against the window, fixated on her? Hello? Mayabata-san? Can you hear me? Hello? I'm sorry. Huh? Mayabata-san? I'm sorry. Hello? Mayabata-san? What's the matter? Even in this torrential downpour, Rena was still apologizing. The other self inside me drew the curtain hastily with my right hand, blocking my view of the outside. But even doing that, Rena's relentless apology still reached my ears. 7 days. What? I'm sorry. If I forgive you for this, will you forgive me for that? Please stop. I'm sorry. Damn it. Why did I have to forgive her? I'm the one who wants to be forgiven. What part of me can't you forgive? I won't be killed. If you won't forgive me, then I won't forgive you either. I won't forgive. Mayabata-san? If you can hear me, then please respond. When he pointed that she was repeating something, but didn't know what yet. Hello? Why would she be repeating 7 days, though? Oh yeah. Okay, I was thinking we were gonna get to the end of this, but it's already past, like, 1, and it doesn't seem like we're getting to it yet. So, I'll just, the ring? I'm not familiar with the ring at all, to be honest. But anyways, I'm gonna call this here because, yeah. But I have to hit continue to get to the menu. Okay, but yeah, I was thinking we were gonna get to the end, but I guess not. God, almost 5 hours. Jesus. I guess it was kind of a little silly for me to, like, go based off of the time of completion, because, like, not everyone will be reading out loud. But I could have sworn we were a lot closer to the end. Oh well, I guess. Yeah, okay, let's see. I want to raid someone. But is anyone even live right now? It does not seem like it. At least no one that I already follow anyway. Yeah, not even Daifuku is live right now. I don't think he streamed at all today. Big sad. But that's because he opted to hang in his Discord instead of stream today. Ah, I see, I see. Is there anyone else that happens to be playing Higurashi right now? Nope, I'm the only one. Isn't that nice? Um. Hmm. I mean, I guess there's no harm in not reading anyone tonight. Cause I don't know who else. Probably not. Yeah, okay. I think I would keep going, but like we'd probably not be till like 3 at best. I feel like there's a handful of other people playing Higurashi, you get more randos dropping by. I mean, sure, but like, other than that, like, there was only one other person when I was checking who was playing at the same time as me, because they didn't have anyone else to raid. But the only person there was like in a different language, so it could have been a whole different language thing, too. Um, and like, normal time, I'm not looking forward to editing this YouTube video. 5 hours, fuck. Not gonna be a fun time editing the video. I thought for sure we were a lot closer to the end. But, anyways, you all get to sleep. Yes, nep stream tomorrow as per usual. I'm bad at ending streams, especially since I used to rating people. Oh no. But see you tomorrow. Bye bye.